Baik, Bapak Ibu tamu undangan yang berbahagia, diberitahukan bahwa sebentar lagi acara akan segera dimulai. Untuk itu kami mengundang dengan hormat bagi Bapak Ibu yang masih berada di luar ruangan agar segera masuk dan menempati tempat yang telah disediakan. Sekali lagi diberitahukan dengan hormat bagi Bapak Ibu dan seluruh tamu undangan yang masih berada di luar ruangan agar segera menempati tempat yang telah disediakan karena sebentar lagi acara akan segera dimulai. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Rector of Hairon University in this moment represented by Vice Rector 1 for Academic Affairs and Planning, Dr. Hasan Hamid, MSI. The Dean of the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Sciences, Dr. Riyadi Subur, SPI, MSI.
The Vice Dean of the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, Hairon University, M. Abjan Fabanyo, SPMSI. The heads of department programs at the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Sciences, Hairon University.
Our esteemed keynote speakers, Dr. Davin H.E. Setyamarga, PhD, National Institute of Technology, Kosen, Wakayama College, Japan. Profesor Insinyur Dr. Engineering Ahmad Fitriadi, University Malaysia, Terengganu, Malaysia. Profesor Dr. Nur Fadli, SPI, MSc, Syah Kuala University, Aceh, Indonesia.
Dr. M. Jadib Ahmad, SPI, MSI, Hairon University, Ternate, Indonesia. Dr. Beginner Subhan, SPI-MSI, IPB University, Bogor, Indonesia. Miss Lucinda Middleton, Charles Darwin University, Australia.
Dr. Nebuhat Nizar Akbar, SPI-MSI, General Chair of the 5th International Conference on Fisheries and Marine.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, both here in Ternate and online. We are truly honored to welcome each of you to this distinguished event.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I am Ayu Darlita and my partner
Asreni Wakfira, and it's my great honor to serve as the master of ceremony of today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a warm welcome and our deepest gratitude to all participants joining us for the 5th International Conference on Fisheries and Marine 2024.
This annual event is proudly hosted by the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Sciences at Hairun University. Each year, the conference focuses on a theme that addresses current and significant issues, as identified by experts across various fields. This year's theme is Aquatic Biodiversity for Food Security, Sustainability, and Human Welfare. The conference aims to highlight the critical role of aquatic biodiversity in building sustainable food systems, enhancing environmental resilience, and promoting human well-being.
Ladies and gentlemen, agenda for today's conference are: first, we'll listen the Indonesian national anthem; second, the welcome speech from the Dean of the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Sciences;
third, a welcome speech by the Vice Rector of Hairun University, followed by the official opening of the 5th International Conference on Fisheries and Marine 2024, followed by photo session. Fourth, the keynote speech. Fifth, the parallel session, followed by closing ceremony as the final program.
Now the honorable and distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor our country, let us rise for the singing of the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please be rise. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you and please be seated.
Before we continue with the agenda, let us take a moment for prayer. The prayer will be led by Dr. Nazamuddin, STMSE. Dr. Nazamuddin, STMSE, please come to the stage.
Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to ask all of us to lower our hearts and minds to pray to Allah so that this event will run smoothly and be blessed. I will lead prayer according to Islamic and for the other religion to adapt. A'udzu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin hamdan syakirin. Hamdan na'imin hamdan yu'afi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamd kama yanbaghi li jalali wal ikram wa azimi sultani. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala nabiyyina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ya Allah, all praise is only for you, who has given your mercy and grace to all of us, so that today we are gathering here at the 5th International Conference on Fisheries and Marine, Hiring University, and my greeting and blessing be upon our beloved, the great Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ya Allah, we have no power and strength. We are weak servants before all your greatness and majesty. Therefore, we kneel and pray to you, ask for your help, hope for your mercy, wish for your grace, and desire for your blessing. Bless our activities and cover them with the goodness from all directions, so that it run well and successfully. Make this event bring benefits to the progress of science and technology, and become a means of stabilizing cooperation, collaboration, and synergy for the sustainability of human civilization and the universe. Ya Allah, grant us the light of knowledge, inspire wisdom into our hearts, and purify our hearts so that our knowledge become lights in pursuing the path of goodness in this world and the hereafter. Ya Allah, forgive our sins and mistakes, the sins and mistakes of our parents, our teachers, our leaders, and our predecessors. Please accept and answer our prayers. Allahumma anfa'na bima 'allamtana wa 'allimna ma yanfa'una wa zidna 'ilma. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wa sallallahu ala nabiyyina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Nazamuddin, STMSE.
Ladies and gentlemen, next it's my privilege to invite the stage an esteemed leader whose dedication has greatly contributed to the success of this conference. Please join me in welcoming the Dean of the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Sciences, Dr. Riyadi Subur, SPI, MSI.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Mr. Associate Professor Dr. Hasan Hamid, Vice Rector First in Hairun University. The Honorable Mr. Professor Dr. Insinyur Murwan Toko MSI from Gajah Mada University. Thank you for your coming. The Honorable Mr. Budiman, Dr. Budiman, MSc from Polytechnic Negeri Pontianak. Thank you very much. The Honorable Vice Dean of Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, Hairun University, Chairman of the Committee ICFM-V, Dr. Nebukat Nejar Akbar, SPMSI, academics and keynote speaker, special the Honorable Master Professor Dr. Insinyur Ahmad Fitriadi from University Malaysia Terengganu, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Nur Fadli, SPMSI from Shah Kuala University Banda Aceh, the Honorable Mr. Dr. Brigadier Subhan, SPMSI from IPB University, the Honorable Mr. Janib Ahmad, Dr. M. Janib Ahmad, SPMSI from Hairun University, the Honorable Mr. David Satya Marga, PhD from National Institute of Technology, Wayakama College, Gebo, Wayakama, Japan, and the Honorable Miss Lucinda Dilton from Charles Darwin University. Special thanks to sponsorship by PT Harita, participant and presenter and all committee. The International Conference on Fisheries and Marine is a forum for the dissemination of science and technology held annually by Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, Hairun University. The theme in the 2024 is Aquatic Biodiversity for Food Security, Sustainability, and Human Welfare. This conference aims to convey the latest methods, results, and findings that have been conducted by researchers. The research results are expected to provide the less information, increase knowledge for the world, especially for academics and researchers. Scientific information cannot develop without research based on methodology. Scientific and develop cannot be known without dissemination through conference or scientific meeting. We hope that this activity will provide benefit for the development of science and technology globally related to current research that has been carried out. We would like to thank all elements who participate in this conference. Our future lies in the science and technology that is discovered and applied. Congratulations on delivering quality research and innovation results, and always be happy. Thank you for all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dean, for your inspiring words.
It is now a great honor to welcome a visionary leader whose guidance has profoundly shaped the academic direction of our institution. Please join me in welcoming the Vice Rector 1 of Hairun University, Dr. Hasan Ahmad, MSc.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning for all. I'm sorry I can speak a little. I'm speak bahasa and language, English language mix. Ya, Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabi ajmain. Amma ba'd. Rabbi israh li sadri wa yassir amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Allahumma shalli wa sallim wa barik ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Ya Karim. The Honorable the Dean of the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, Hairun University, the Honorable Profesor Dr. Insinyur Engineering Ahmad Fitriadi, University Malaysia Terengganu, Profesor Dr. Nur Fadli SPI MSc, Sia Kuala University Aceh, Dr. Beginner Subhan SPI from IPB University, Dr. M. Janib Ahmad SPI MSI Hairun University, Davin HS Setia Marga PhD National Institute of Technology Wakayama College Jepang, Miss Lucinda Middleton Charles Darwin University. This is there are keynote speaker, the honorable coordinators of study program within faculty Fisheries and Marine Hairun University, participant of the 5th International Conference on Fisheries and Marine to 2024, both only and in person. The STEM lecturers and especially to the chair of the 5th International Fishery and Marine Hairun University, Dr. Dr. Nebu Chat Nezar SPI MSD, and the committee teams, all distinguished guys and participants. I'm sorry I can speak a little, but I speak Indonesia. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Marilah kita selalu memanjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala karena berkat rahmat dan inayahnya sehingga pada hari ini kita hadir di sini di tempat yang sangat berbahagia ini. Kita akan melaksanakan salah satu kegiatan yang sangat luar biasa, yaitu kegiatan Konferensi Internasional kelima Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan Pras Hairun. Dan saya juga menyapa ada yang hadir di sini dalam kegiatan ini luring ya. Mohon maaf ya, Prof. Dr. Murwantoko ya. Mohon maaf Prof kalau salah menyebut ya. PhD dari UGM. Ini saya juga kebetulan alumni UGM ini, Kagama ini. Sama-sama dengan Pak Janib juga ini. Yang saya hormati Pak Budiman, Pak Dr. Budiman yang berkesempatan hadir secara luring juga dari Politeknik Negeri Pontianak. Terima kasih Pak sudah hadir di sini. Tak lupa pula salawat dan salam selalu kita haturkan ke hadirat junjungan kita Al-Mustafa Habibullah Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, karena berkat beliaulah sehingga kita dalam keadaan yang luar biasa menyaksikan peradaban dunia yang sangat maju sekarang ini. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, saya menyampaikan permohonan maaf dari Pak Rektor yang sedianya beliau akan membuka acara ini secara luring, tapi pada waktu dan jam yang sama ini beliau juga ada tugas yang tidak bisa ditinggalkan tentunya, dan beliau menyampaikan apresiasi kepada fakultas ya, Pak Dekan dan timnya, para pimpinan di fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan, para panitia yang sudah bekerja keras ya terlaksananya konferensi yang kelima ini. Konferensi yang kelima ini yang mengusung tema yaitu Aquatic Biodiversity for Food Security, Sustainability, and Human Welfare. Ini kita sama-sama memaklumi bahwa keanekaragaman hayati di perairan seperti laut ya, danau, sungai serta ekosistem air lainnya tentunya memiliki peran yang sangat penting dalam mendukung ketahanan pangan ya, kemudian keberlanjutan lingkungan dan kesejahteraan manusia. Sehingga kalau kita melihat tema yang ini, menurut hemat kami ada 3 sebenarnya kata kunci yang sangat penting di sini dalam pembahasan ini, dan saya kira para pemateri yang nantinya memberikan kajian-kajian yang akan sangat bermutu tentunya terkait dengan persoalan ketahanan pangan, keberlanjutan dari pangan tersebut maupun kesejahteraan untuk manusia. Mudah-mudahan ini menjadi kegiatan yang memberikan masukan tentunya dengan program kita, dengan kepemimpinan secara nasional yang didukung oleh Bapak Presiden Prabowo tentunya ya, ini sangat sekali mendukung. Dan juga saya kira Universitas Hairun khususnya Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan mungkin akan mengambil peran yang sangat penting, karena kita ini berada di daerah kepulauan dan perairan yang kira-kira sekitar 73% ya Pak Janib ya, yang saya sering dengar disampaikan oleh Pak Janib. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, keanekaragaman hayati akuatik ini itu tentunya tadi yang saya sampaikan mencakup berbagai jenis biota ya, jenis ikan, kemudian tanaman air dan organisme lainnya. Ini merupakan sumber makanan yang penting bagi populasi dunia. Memelihara dan melindungi keanekaragaman ini itu akan memastikan bahwa pasokan pangan yang cukup dan keberlanjutan bagi masyarakat, saya kira. Ini akan penting dalam kajian-kajian di seminar ataupun di konferensi internasional ini. Pengelolaan sumber daya akuatik secara berkelanjutan itu diperlukan untuk menjaga kelestarian lingkungan, keanekaragaman hayati, dalam membantu dan menjaga keseimbangan ekosistem. Ekosistem yang di sini adalah mungkin ekosistem air ya. Yang penting untuk bagaimana menjaga kerusakan lingkungan, menjaga kualitas air dan mendukung kehidupan jangka panjang di perairan. Seperti yang saya sebutkan tadi, ada 3 kata kunci. Yang terakhir adalah untuk kesejahteraan manusia atau human welfare. keanekaragaman hayati aquatik juga mendukung kesejahteraan manusia secara keseluruhan, termasuk aspek kesehatan, ekonomi, dan budaya. Ekosistem perairan yang sehat memberikan sumber mata pencarian bagi jutaan orang, kemudian menyediakan bahan obat-obatan alami dan berkontribusi pada kualitas hidup manusia melalui berbagai layanan ekosistem. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang saya hormati, dengan demikian tema ini hal yang menjadi sangat penting untuk kita melestarikan keanekaragaman hayati di perairan, ya, bukan hanya penting bagi alam tetapi juga krusial bagi kebutuhan dasar manusia dan kesejahteraan global. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, mungkin saya tidak berpanjang lebar terkait dengan keilmuan ini dan saya bukan basic di situ, tetapi kita akan mendengarkan hasil-hasil paparan ataupun pemateri dari hasil riset yang luar biasa. Bapak Ibu yang hadir di luring maupun di daring ini akan memberikan kontribusi bagi kehidupan dan kesejahteraan masyarakat, khususnya masyarakat Indonesia tentunya, dan lebih khusus lagi di Provinsi Maluku Utara. Saya kira cukup sekian sambutan singkat saya. Selamat mengikuti konferensi internasional kelima. Semoga konferensi ini memberikan nilai tambah dan juga memberikan pemahaman kita, memberikan nilai keilmuan kita untuk kepentingan masa depan bangsa ini. Saya kira cukup sekian. Sebelum mengakhiri kegiatan ini, mungkin saya ada pantun. Ya, pantun ini tidak dalam bahasa Inggris, ya. Tradisional poem, ya. Jadi bukan dalam bahasa Inggris. Pantunnya begini: burung kasturi, burung bidadari, cakap. Cari dulu di tanah Maluku Utara. Cukup sekian dan terima kasih. Semoga bermanfaat untuk kita semua. Ya. Terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Vice Rector 1 Dr. Hasan Hamid, MSI. Please stay in the stage, and in this moment we would like invite the Dean, the General Chair ICFM-V, to come to the stage for officially opening the conference by together striking the drum.
Ini saya tanya tadi, bahasa Inggris kah bahasa Indonesia? Beliau bilang bahasa Indonesia. Oh ya, saya bukan pakai bahasa Indonesia. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Saya atas nama pimpinan universitas dengan ini membuka secara resmi konferensi internasional kelima tahun 2024 dengan tema Aquatic Biodiversity for Food Security, Sustainability and Human Welfare. Bismillah. Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you to Vice Rector 1, the Dean and General Chair ICFM-V.
And we will now have a group photo session. May we kindly invite the Vice Rector 1, the Dean, the General Chair of ICFM 5, the keynote speakers, and all participants to take their position for photo session.
Ayo MC mana man? Ya, ayo semua panitia. So, konsumsi ayo. Raut, boleh. Ayo sama. Sabar. Sabar, ada belum kamu? Ini minimalis ya.
Okay, thank you so much and thank you very much. The Vice Rector 1, the Dean, the General Chair of ICFM-V, the keynote speakers and all participants to take photo session. And thank you, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed to a keynote. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed to a key segment of our program, the keynote speeches. It's my privilege to introduce our esteemed moderator for this session, PhD candidate M. Ridwan Lesi, SPI MSI. Mr. Lesi is a lecturer in the Department of Marine Science at Hairon University and is currently pursuing his doctoral studies at Charles Darwin University in Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our moderator, Mr. M. Ridwan Lesi, SPI MSI. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, our MC. My voice is clearly. Hello, everyone. Can you hear my voice? It's clearly?
Yes, I can hear your voice.
Okay. 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 Thank you. I will lead this session of keynote speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 5th International Conference on Fisheries and Marine 2024. It is about the aquatic biodiversity for food security, sustainability, and human welfare. I'm Muhammad Lesi, and I will be your moderator for today's conference. Before we start, let me quickly offer today's agenda. So we will begin with the keynote speaker. In my list, we have 6 keynote speakers, but I don't know. I get the information for the committee that Lucinda Middleton she cannot be delivering his speech today because he is busy in the field right now. So actually, we have 5 keynote speaker. So throughout the seminar, I encourage you to take a notes and hold into any question, and I will allocate the time for Q&A. Without further ado, let's dive into today's discussion. And I think I will start with the Mr. Davin Sitya Marga. Mr. Davin, are you ready to present your presentation today? Hello, Mr. Davin, are you ready now? Mr. Davin, can you hear my voice? I think you mute your microphone. Okay, Mr. Davin, are you ready? Okay.
Okay. Please give me a second. I'm going to.
Mhm.
All right.
All right. All right. Before you deliver your speech, I would like to introduce yourself. Your name is Devin Setyamarga PhD. He's an associate professor and graduated from the Tokyo University of Agriculture and University of Tokyo. Now he is work at the National Institute of Technology Wakayama College, Gobo, Japan. He's an expert in molecular phylogenetic and phylogenomic molecular evolution and comparative genomic. So, Mr. Davin, I think this is the time for you to deliver your speech. The time is yours.
Sure. Could you please wait a second? I still need to download my slides from online. Just give me
It's okay.
a couple of seconds. Okay. Okay, I think I'm ready. Have you given me the control for the slides?
Okay. Maybe the host can give the allow the Mr. Devin to share his PowerPoint, his presentation.
Mhm.
The host maybe.
No, you can share the presentation.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
It's
probably
good.
is. Okay, so probably my file is too heavy. Wait a second.
It's okay. No worry.
Okay. Yoish. Okay. Okay, I think I'm just going. All right. Where is it? Where's the Zoom? There you go. There you go. There you go. Can you see my slides?
No, okay, good.
Okay, great. So I'm going to start. Alrighty. So I think I'm not going to, well, it's supposed to be like, okay, let's see. Okay, so thank you very much for inviting me to give this talk. My name is Davin Stiamarga. I'm an associate professor of molecular biology at the National Institute of Technology, Wakayama College. And at the same time, I'm also an associate professor, Mila associate professor at the Toyohashi University of Technology, and several other positions, visiting positions in the University of Tokyo and Museum of Natural History of the Wakayama Prefecture, and some other funny places where I got my visiting and adjunct positions. I was born in Indonesia, and this is my short introduction. I was born in Indonesia, in Bogor, and then after I graduated from high school, I went to IPB, but then I got dropped out, and I came over to Japan and studied until my PhD. And then I went to the US and worked as a postdoctoral research associate for 3 years, and then went back to Japan. And I even had a brief stint in a business consulting company. And then I took over the position as a tenured associate professor with my own lab in my present position since 2015. This is the location of my college. So it's in the middle of nowhere. These are my college. This is my lab, actually. Here, the whole third floor is my lab. This is the place where our college is located. So in the middle of nowhere. So if you imagine Japan, you love Japan, but then you've only visited Osaka, Kyoto, and Tokyo, you'll be completely disappointed if you come over to my place, because the other day we had visitors coming in from University of Diponegoro. From the University of Malang National University. And we just found out the total number of students at National University of Malang is actually twice the number of the population of our town here. So you can imagine how small our place is. But I'm really happy because our college is located right by the sea. If you can see this picture is actually my students. So I asked them to go to the sea and collect animals. And of course, they were complaining. I said, no, go, there's no such thing as harassment or compliance. If you want to work in my lab, go to the sea, collect your own stuff. So that's why when my student went back to Indonesia, they went to Indonesia and did an internship in the laboratory of Dr. Subahan in IPB. She came back to my lab learning a new word. Davin Sensei is a dosen killer, So I was like, so I think I really need to get back on this with Dr. Subahan later. Right. So next, this is our campus. So this is it's very close. It's in the coastal area, so tsunami will come in. But they told me if I stay in my lab, then I'll be safe from the tsunami. But then, of course, the problem is I don't have enough food. I only have like coffee and bread, so I don't think it's enough, and probably some sake, but I don't think it's enough to sustain my. Hopefully, nothing will happen. But anyhow, this is my lab member. So it's like, so our colleagues. So they're very, very young. This is my lab. Stiamarga is my family name. So, this is in Japanese. The word is called hell. So hell lab, and then this is darkness. And then so this is basically I translated this from Indonesian. So basically this says habis gelap terbitlah terang. Because they told me my lab is a darkness lab, so like it's very evil, it's just like hell. Yeah, of course you can appreciate light and heaven only if you know hell. That's what I told my students. So rather than blabbering around, go and do experiments and take some data. So basically that's it's I'm an Indonesian, so of course I work using Indonesian ethics where sensei is everything. So anyhow, right. So this is I'm going to give a talk about fundamental research on natural history and biodiversity for resilience and data-driven action. As you know, many of research on aquaculture and this and that, you should always only talk not about fundamental research, but always mainly about how to apply your research to the society and how to think about TRL and how to think about how you produce something useful for the industry. I don't care about the industry. That's what I'm going to say. So this is my talk. I'm going to explain why I have this thought, just for the information, I was nominated, although I was not elected, to become one of the member of the IPCC this year. So you can see that basically if you do research on fundamental science, it's still needed for other topic regarding natural history. So my question is, should I deliver my talk in Indonesian or should I deliver my talk in English? Is there any preference?
English kok, English.
Yeah, English is okay.
All right. So, okay. So today's one, I'm going to talk about these two research. Number one, I'm going to talk about natural history. So natural history, I was working on, my research basically is being focused on natural history. So basically it's, you collect samples from the field and then you basically do something with the organisms collected from the field. So basically it's about classification, taxonomy, systematics, and evolution. This is an example. If when you classify organisms, so basically you collect animals from the field and then you measure the form and then the length and everything, and it leads to the classification, taxonomy, and systematics in order to reflect the actual diversity of the living organisms. Of course, this is a very, very old science. based on, everybody learned this Carolus Linnaeus in Latin. He was the first one who devised the scientific, the systematic way of classifying living organisms. So before, for example, Aristotle would say, well, you basically have dead things and living things. And then among the living things of plants and animals. And for plants, you have like small plants, medium plants, and large plants. While among the animals, you have like land, water, and air animals. So, so it's a very, very simple way of classifying things. But then later, Linnaeus start to devise a method to classify living organisms based on their characteristics, similarity in characteristics. So, but you see, of course, classifying things has been like in our instinct. It's a very, very ancient science because, of course, you will start to classify a lot of living organisms. I was basically took all these pictures from Wikipedia. You just or from Google search. You just do cave paintings, and then you get all these pictures. So basically, what you find here is you can even like from during when in our ancestors when. In the ancient times, they already like start to classify things. Basically, this is edible, and this can be eaten, but this is not. This will eat me and stuff like that. You learn how to classify a lot of things in your life. Basically, if you do this, you'll get scolded by your wife. But if you do this, you'll be praised by your wife. Something like that. You always try to classify a lot of things, so including living organisms. This is an instinct already, I think, is inherent in our innate in our system, because basically, of course, if you look at even animals, they would classify this animal, this group of living organisms are predators, so I have to stay away from them, while these kind of animals are my food, so I can basically approach them and eat them or something like that. So classification is actually very, very, not only very ancient science, but the instinct to classify anything basically is innate. For natural history, when you collect organisms, basically you go to the field. So that's why one speaker are not coming in, because he's going to the field and collect samples. So basically, this is basically pictures I took when I went to collect my samples. From the sea. I was on the ship on the science vessel collecting organisms, stuff like that. So basically collect from the field, and then you observe, and then you try to figure out scientific information out of the samples you collected from the field. And then later on, of course, you would like to collect your samples and organize them properly into vouchered samples. So you basically, like here, you write what's the species name or possible species name, and when it was collected, when it was identified by who. Like here, the original note from the field. And this one, actually, the collection in my lab. So I have my own lab because I'm doing research on mainly mollusks, echinoderms, and basically animals, plants, even microbes. I do, as long as they're alive, I do research on them. So I have to basically arrange my samples. So when my students are not arranging the samples, I would usually call them and start to give them some harsh orientation. But of course, natural history collection and research is very important. For example, this is, I think it's like somewhere in the US. Here is in my lab, and this is the National Museum of Science in Tokyo, and this is inside BRIN, the national collection of organisms. So you see, this natural history should be collected and then researched, because it's usually become a database. It becomes a database or a reference data where you can compare when you find something new from the field. Besides that, this also becomes a record of the actual biodiversity you obtain from nature. The problem is, of course, we always have this anthropogenic bias, human error, and when doing biodiversity and conservation. For example, we always see this kind of poster, poor dog, or even cats. You can find dolphins, cute animals, panda, for example, right? Very cute, poor them, being abandoned, being abused, and so on and so forth, right? But we never see a poster like this. But then you have to see that cockroaches are also part of the metazoans. They're also animals and they're very important for the ecosystem. Therefore, you cannot try to protect animals only by protecting dogs and cats. You have to protect cockroaches. I hate snakes, but I think snakes must be protected. Right? Wild boars, those kind of animals must also be protected. So, but there is always a bias, the problem is there's always a bias when human makes the final decisions. And there is actually a research by Trudeau in 2017 saying that many of the record of the biodiversity is actually very, very biased. For example, like here, the line in the middle here would be like, if you have one animal or one species, one record for one species, in the middle. As you can see here, you look at birds, you have bird watching, bird watchers and stuff like that. So this hobby, so therefore a lot of data. Liliopsida, the lilies, anggrek. And therefore, of course, a lot of hobbyists and it's being sold very well, and therefore, of course, you have a lot of data. Mammals, we are mammals. Of course, we have a lot of data. Actinopterygii, the fish, we eat fish, and then a lot of people doing research on fish again and again and again and again. However, when you look at here, for example, bivalves, and then for bivalves, usually what we have a lot of data about scallops probably or oysters, but we don't have a lot of data, say for I don't know, the turbinate snails in the middle of nowhere, for example, or look at here, gastropods. For gastropods, only the gastropods you eat, but never the gastropods you don't eat, for example. Or probably we have a lot of research doing on what? Pests, but it's never complete, It's always biased, So today mentions about I think this is really good. However, discussions about diversity often only focus on a small subset of species. Why? And below here he says, are more likely to raise funds or are considered ecologically more important than others. And in Indonesia, I think the case is more also because it's sure to get hibah when you mention that it is for the benefit of farmers, of the industry, or UKM, those kind of things, and then research on the actual organisms that is really important to understand the breadth of biodiversity is completely neglected. So I keep saying, for example, if you want to study how to catch a lot of tunas, you don't do research on tuna itself. You do research on the food of the crabs, small fishes, the gastropods, the mollusks that is eaten by tuna. You have not the tuna itself, So this always, but the problem is if you said, I'm going to study the tiny little nasty looking creatures in the middle of the ocean because they're being eaten by tuna, you won't get the grant. You won't get hibah. I think that's the biggest problem. So the other is that I really love using this example, non-biologically guided efforts, biodiversity research and conservation. Many people want SDGs. Everybody loves SDGs. And what else? COP26, COP whatever. What else? Nature positivity, nature positive. A lot of these crazy things. But the problem is when people would start, okay, let's make an NGO and protect the environment. But we all know many of these activities are actually sometimes not science guided. And it's very, 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 very. So I really love giving this kind of examples. Cheetah was very, very, of course, very, very important animals. Everybody loved these animals. But you see, when they were trying to protect these animals, conserve these animals, what they did is they collect a lot of cheetahs and put it in different zoos, and then they try to breed them inside the zoos and they start sending animals among different zoos. But they were unable to basically maintain a healthy population out of the breeding program. But then, because, the crazy thing is that if you take a piece of skin from a cheetah individual and you grafted it to another individual, it will still work. It won't cause any adverse reaction, immunoreaction. Of course, if you get transplantation from other organisms or other being, even of the same species, you always get this immunoreaction. But you don't get this kind of reactions among different cheetah individuals. Later on, when they studied the genes, the gene of the cheetah, they found out that actually there is almost no variation even inside the wild population of cheetah. Yeah. Here, this is the stray cat in Russia. Red and green, so a lot of diversity there, genetic diversity. Here, almost none. If you look here, for example, you see there are several different animals here. So the red here. So you can see cheetah here below the maintainable genetic diversity. And of course, there's the problem. People will start this, what I keep telling my students too, for example. Then you have to start studying evolutionary biology, Darwinian evolution, and molecular genetics. Later on, when they sequenced the genome, they found out that there is almost no, you see here with the spikes and all this is very diverse, but this is all the cheetah part, almost no variation, which is fine. And then they search for the immunological reaction genes, the major histocompatibility complex. And then they found out that these genes are actually very, very not diverse in cheetah. So that's why you can skin graft different individuals from different populations. Then when you study the evolution, you find out that actually about 100,000 years ago, there was a bottleneck. So when cheetah used to live in Asia and Eurasia, and then they moved into Africa about 100,000 years ago. And then at that time, there was a bottleneck happening, and then genetic diversity was lost once. And then later, about 11,000 years ago, another genetic diversity loss happened in cheetah, another bottleneck. You can see actually this is kind of like coincide with the extinction of big mammals, during the Ice Age. And then now I think this probably the NGO's conservation, I don't know. Another the third today, the next bottleneck. But what I'm trying to say, of course, also the poachers and the hunters, yeah. But then what I'm trying to say is that if only they studied the genetics and the evolution of cheetah first before starting supposedly good-willed conservation programs, yeah, we could probably avoid this. The third extinction. Whether you like it or not, you have to study, accept, learn evolution and genetics before if you really want to contribute to the biodiversity research. And then the next one is, of course, sometimes, is skewed practices. I have already mentioned that you will collect organisms from the field like this. These are my students. This in the winter, by the way, I asked them to go back, to go to the sea and collect. So they say it's very, very cold. Yeah, I don't know, So I was, of course, waiting in my lab, drinking cups of coffee. And after that, so you see, the problem is, of course, in order to do research for diversity and conservation, you have to collect these species from the field and study them, not doing research on what is it, the famous Pineus shrimps or tunas or what is catfish or whatever, ikan asin or whatever. No, but what you need to study is basically to figure out what kind of organisms you have in nature first. And the problem is not too many researchers are interested to do this. You have to collect this and then put it in the museums, collections, and probably now in the modern times to do genetics. For example, in my lab, I always say that immortality through mitogenome. So I would basically collect samples from the museums and then sequence their mitogenome, some part of the genes, and then put them on the database for other people to use. So alpha taxonomy here. No funding shortage, and almost no staff because everybody wants to do genetics. Everybody wants to do what else? Everybody wants to do genetic engineering. Everybody wants to do cancer research. Everybody wants to do active peptides. What else? Diet medicine, developing juice or steaks or whatever. But nobody wants to do alpha taxonomy or even basic genetics, not genetic engineering. Yeah. basic genetics. So almost the fact is we only know about 10% of the species on Earth, and then about 90% are not yet known. And what about Indonesia as mega biodiversity country? Of course, it's only about 10%, even less than 10% are known. So yeah, this is this year coming out. We have to train this in botany and zoology because we do not know, we do not understand the breadth of biodiversity. We ended up neglecting them. We ended up ignoring them. That's why we have to first ask people to study this, the new generation of. And this is to be, I also want to mention very strongly that, of course, not by sending samples to foreign researchers. We have to basically train our own specialists, taxonomists in botany and zoology in order to understand our own biodiversity. I mean, as an Indonesian. For example, do you know that in other countries, this is Earth Biogenome Project is being started in the US and in the UK. So they're basically sequencing a lot of genomic data, genetics and genomic data of their domestic biodiversity. They have this data. And then what's going on? France just started. France has been like trying to collect some samples from Japan. I'm actually a member of 25 professors in Japan being selected to study the coastal biodiversity of Japan. Although my name is Setia Marga from Bogor, but I'm actually doing the biodiversity of Japan because I think it's really difficult to.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
5 minutes more.
Okay.
5 minutes.
Right, so I'm going to, so the Earth Biogenome Project is actually being conducted on a lot of organisms in a lot of countries. So basically, this could be supposedly being conducted also in our country if you want to do so. But then, so what should we do? So a lot of people would like to study about this DNA barcoding, molecular studies, and stuff like that. But yeah, the problem is we need database research DNA data of identified samples. We need the database and other people, so we need to properly identify, classify, and voucher the samples. And then everybody wants to do environmental DNA. Yes, but environmental DNA is very good because it's not intrusive, it's not invasive, it's very, very good. The problem is it's very blast sensitive where you need a proper reference database to analyze your data. Therefore, but the problem is blast is not developed to actually identify biodiversity, but it was developed to identify homologous genetic data from different animals. However, you can use it as a tool to identify biodiversity, provided that there's enough data inside the database. Therefore, just an example, this is my niece, picture of my niece when she was still 2 or 3 years old. So say we do not know what kind of animals she is. So we collect her DNA, and then we sequence the data, and then we put it on GenBank, and then you can see if in the GenBank do they have any representative data on GenBank? If yes, then probably it will be identified as human. But if no, she will be identified as a chimp because it's the closest animal to human. But on the other hand, if there is no chimp data, no primates, probably she'll be identified as a mouse. If there is no mouse, you probably she will identify as a kangaroo, as long as because she's a mammal. So we need a comprehensive database. The problem is when you do a lot of analysis, like metagenomics, environmental DNA, when you blast, you got unknown, and you think, oh, this is new species. No, it's not necessarily a new species, because sometimes it is just because there is not enough data being registered on the database. This paper by my senior in the lab about 15 years ago. So this is like kind of like the first one of the first environmental DNA papers. He said many actually sequences were unidentifiable. At that time, he said we need database in order to identify the sequences. But this is 15 years ago. The database is not yet ready. So that's why I'm a part of this consortium of 25 professors in Japan. The problem is, does Indonesia have a consortium, whatever, to do this? So the problem is this: when you collect samples from the field, right, and then you want it's invasive. You can collect animals from the field, you put it in the museum. The problem is, of course, like my senpai, he collected like 7,000 individuals, and then he used only 1,200 individuals for his dissertation. The problem is, of course, you killed 7,000 individuals, took it from the environment, and you basically pulled them out from the gene pool in nature. Therefore, we have to be careful. Okay, so we can use molecular methods because it is a very non-invasive. The problem is we need samples because we need database. So we need to build the database, and then you go again, have to collect the field from. This is a vicious cycle. So we need to break the cycle by using museomics, because we already have a lot of collections where we can actually sequence all of the data needed, and then therefore we do not need to collect new samples from the field. So this is what we really need to do. Use samples already available in the museums, build genetic data for molecular database, and then do monitoring using non-invasive methods. So basically, we can always keep doing this. And when we are doing this, of course, we can start asking scientific questions also, including evolution, taxonomy, and other biodiversity-related questions. Indonesia has a lot of species. You see, we not only insects, we even find new species of birds and mammals, stuff like that, but they're all being discovered by foreigners. Why not by us? Why not by Indonesians? Therefore, we really need to put our effort to explore and build our own natural history repositories and databases. And the problem with research also in Indonesia is we have to avoid sectarianism, because I think, Indonesia has enough money and enough fundings and enough equipments, actually, if you are willing to share. Because, of course, if you can share equipments all together, we can. And the other thing also, healthy academic environment culture, usually people will start saying that, oh yeah, the students cannot be harassed. No, students are studying and learning. They need to listen to their professors. Not every harsh words given by the professors are harassment. You have to learn from what is being thought through the wisdoms and experience of your teachers. That's our Indonesian old teachings. We do not have to listen to the new Gen Z idealism, because if we want to build a healthy academic environment, we have to keep maintaining that. And the last one, I would say, we can utilize, and we need to utilize, diaspora all over the world. And sometimes this is actually has been a discussion among different diasporas. If only, for example, my name is not Raden Setiamarga, but Davin Setiamarga, but my name would be like probably, I don't know, Brad Pitt or something like that. Probably a lot of Indonesian researchers would like collaborate with me. My name is Tu Jawa. Probably if my name is like Tanaka something, Tanaka whatever, probably. So we need to actually utilize these people and build our networks in order to explore our research. So I actually already started networking collaboration, very healthy collaboration with Dr. Beginner Subahan from IPB, and then already been I think hopefully it will be developed further in the future. I'm going to stop there because I think my time is already ended. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Devin, for your insightful presentation. I'm sure the audience has learned a lot from you today. I'm very exciting. I think it's important for Indonesian student and researcher to collect the data about biodiversity in Indonesia. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue our session, that is the request from the committee, because they don't have the photo session in the online session. So I would like to need all of the audience to open the camera, open the video, so the committee can take a photo from us. For the committee, it's good.
Not yet, Mr. Ridwan. We will.
All good?
All good, but we're still waiting for the participant to open their camera.
The okay. So for all participant, audience, please open your camera because the committee will take a photo of us. Good?
It's all good.
Okay, can I continue to the second keynote speaker?
Yeah, please, Mr. Ridwan.
Okay. Okay, before I continue to the next keynote speakers, I would like to remind you that if you have a question, you can take a note and then I will give the allocated time for Q&A. But if you can uh, ask the question to by using the chat box is okay. So please state your name and with your affiliation, and then also who is the speaker you want to ask. Okay, for the next keynote speaker, I would like to invite Mr. Nur Fadli. For Mr. Nur Fadli, are you here?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay,
Can you hear
okay.
me?
Before you, okay, I can hear your voice is clearly. Before you deliver your speech, I would like to introduce yourself. His name is Professor Dr. Nur Fadli. He's from Marine Science Department, Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries of Sheikh Kuala University. And he is an expert in coral reef biology, ecology restoration, and coral reef management.
Sorry,
So, mhm,
Ridwan, sorry for interrupting. Actually, from the
mhm.
schedule, the second keynote speaker is from Malaysia, Prof. Ahmad
Oh,
Fitriadi.
oh, okay. Sorry, because I use my list. But okay, Mr. Fadli, can I post you and I will continue after Mr. Ahmad
Yeah,
give
okay.
his
It's okay.
presentation. Okay, okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Fadli. Okay, Mr. Ahmad Fitriadi, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Ah, okay, okay. Thank you. Okay, before Mr. Ahmad give his presentation, I would like to introduce herself. He's a professor. His name is Professor Dr. Ahmad Fitriadi, and he's a lecturer in University Malaysia Terengganu, and is an expert in naval architecture. For Mr. Ahmad Fitriadi, the time is yours. You can deliver your speech now.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to
Waalaikumsalam.
all participants. So today, yeah, I would like to share with you about, the opportunity and challenges in sustainable fishing vessel design from the perspective of naval architects, because this also in line with the topic and theme from your, this conference. Okay, let me introduce myself. I'm Ahmad Fitriadi. So I'm currently the senior lecturer from the Department of Naval Architects, Faculty of Ocean Engineering Technology, University of Malaysia Terengganu. So this is actually my presentation background. First, I would like to highlight the background of the research that we have conducted. And second one, we also try to propose, the sustainable design for the fishing vessel. And the third one, actually, I would like to incorporate, the artificial intelligence, yeah, especially the application of the genetic algorithm. Yeah, actually is very, popular method for the optimization. And the last one, actually, we have the actual project. So we received the, research grant from the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, Malaysia, regarding to the development of the fishing vessel. So this is actually, the current boat especially in Malaysia. So yeah, this boat actually operated by the traditional fishermen, and yeah, again, the economic of artisanal fishermen is still not improved for long time ago. I think also similar happened in Indonesia. So therefore, yeah, we are as the researcher and also naval architect would like to improve, especially on their economic condition. So the reason why the fishermen still trapped in the poverty, because first, yeah, they have insufficient capital, especially to design and develop the good fishing boat. And second one, also they are still using the outdated fishing gear. And once once they have already catch the fish, and the marketing also is still effective. And I think this is the last one. So they are fishing is based on the seasonal fishing. So normally in Malaysia, for the traditional fishermen, just go in the morning and return back in the evening. So actually this not sufficiently change their economic performance. So from this problem, yeah, we try to improve their income and their also status from the poverty to be more welfare. But again, we also should consider regarding to the SDG. Especially in the fishing by 2030, that the maximum fishing about 12 million tons, yeah, but allowing by the government is about 8.6 million. So it's about the term sustainability. Okay, actually this is very important consideration, especially from the perspective of naval architect. We are not only design the ship just only to catch the fish, in the big bulky, but also we consider the environment. And this is actually the fishing zone that we should consider, because this is also very, related to the type of the vessel itself, and also the size of the vessel, and also the typical of the fishing gear that should be, allowed by the government. So zone A and zone B actually is the near coastal, and zone C is the deep sea. And our focusing, actually, we try to design the ship, especially in the zone B. So it's about maximum 15 nautical miles from the land. Okay, so regarding to the our concern, yeah, especially from the naval architect perspective. So how sustainable is our ship design? So actually, this is very important if we can collaborate with the marine scientists. So especially, the effect of the boat design to the environment. So let's see here. So the boat itself can affect to the wake wash, yeah, huge wake wash, and as it damage the coral reef, and also it maybe can also cause the sediment transport. So erosion may happen. Therefore, the collaboration between the architect and the marine scientist is very important, especially to design the ship not only can be operated getting more fish, but also taking care about the sustainability of the environment condition. And this actually we try to develop, especially in the simulation and also in the experiment. And currently we are collaborating with the BRIN, yeah, but that is in international. So to design the ship to be more friendly to the environment. So still in progress actually. And so what we have done, firstly, we try to design the ship, yeah, and we try to, examine, the effect of the ship configuration. As you see here, this is the existing model, and this is the plate inside model, and this is the plate outside model. So you can see that with the same size, with the same displacement, with the same weight, but again, you see that the flat outside model is very more friendly to the environment, because they only, has less the wave elevation properties, and also causing the less water velocity. Once the water velocity become less, so this will be more friendly, especially reducing the sediment transport and towards the reducing the erosion surrounding the ship, especially in the restricted waters. And also, we conduct, the optimization, especially to know the optimum distance between these two hull forms. So we employ the genetic algorithm. So this is taken by the natural selection and genetics, and only the best gene can survive. And from the best gene, we can get the optimum design, especially on the optimum lateral separation or SR ratio. So this is actually the procedure. It's not complicated, but everyone can do actually. So from this, what we obtain actually, so we can see here that the distance between these two hull forms also can giving the significant effect, especially not only to the resistance of the ship, but also to the environmental condition. So we can see here the very close is very high, the red color, but if we try to enlarge the distance laterally, so this also still, a big wave elevation causes surrounding the hull form, but we try to get the optimum, so we get more or less resistant and also less the water velocity surrounding the ship, and this more friendly also to the environment. So this is very important because determining the optimum distance is not so easy task because we need to do the optimization, and here we conduct using the genetic algorithm. Okay, we can see here we are zooming, the hydrodynamic characteristic surrounding the vessel. So this is the optimized one, and this is the existing one. It's very interesting actually. So this is very less water velocity, and this will become bigger the water velocity. So this the role of our architect, we try to optimize and getting the less water velocity with more friendly to the environment. Okay, and then actually the role of the architect is not only optimizing the lateral distance of the ship itself, but also we are trying to optimize the hull form, 3D hull form deforming, because this is also very important, especially the hydrodynamic generated by the ship with effect also to the environment. So this is actually the way how to achieve the 3D hull form fixation modeling. And again, we are using the genetic algorithm taken from the natural selection or genetics, as I mentioned before. So we employ the two methods here, Lacan-by method and also the datasheet method. So actually, from here, we can generate, the ship model even up to 10,000. So from the 10,000 of the ship hull form, we can select which one is the best hull form, and the best hull form criteria is, of course, is less resistant and also less damage to the environment. So you can see here, so it's very a bit complicated, but actually it's possible to be done here by the naval architect. And so we can see here, this is the candidate of the hull form. As I mentioned, it's up to 10,000 of the hull form generated. So I do simulation, it's about 3 days, non-stop. So we get the result, and finally, so we can see, the hull form, which is the optimum with less damage to the environment. So later I will show you the video here. Just wait a moment, please. Okay. So this actually the ship is deformed, and then after that determining which one is more or less resistant, and indirectly also can affect to the less damage to the environment. Okay, that one, please. Okay, so you can see here, so this is actually the result from the optimization using the 3D hull form. So you can see this is the existing one, and this is the optimum one. You can see the red color in the existing is very very clear, and from the optimum one getting less, indicating that the wave elevation generated by the ship become reducing significantly. Okay, and then actually this is, our solution, yeah, especially as I mentioned in the beginning. So we receive, the research grant from the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation Malaysia. So we try to develop ourselves, yeah, using the catamaran hull form, the new modern ship with more friendly to the environment. So this is the advantages that offer can the catamaran is the wide space and also more stable. So this is the reason why we take the consideration on our ship design. So as I mentioned that and by the end of the 2021, yeah, so we received about 3.2 million ringgit, yeah, about 11.5 billion, yeah, rupiah. So under transforming coastal fisheries through model prototype design and development of innovative fishing vessels. So actually this, our proposed ship design. So we design ourselves, yeah, in-house design by UMT. Yeah. So this, the 3D model that we already done. So this is the analysis one, yeah, and this is the GA, and we have already getting approval from the Department of the Fisheries Malaysia. So this the ship is about 17-meter length and operated up to 1 week with the 8 until to 10 crews on board, yeah, in the operation. So this, the analysis, the performance of the ship during the operation, especially in web, and we conducted using the computational fluid dynamic. So we do also ourselves here, yeah. And this, the progress of our, development, and currently we still in finalizing of the, mold, yeah, because our ship will be made from the fiberglass material. Yeah, Dr. Subur and also Miss Tri already visited UMT, and also, yeah, luckily we also can visit this, shipyard, yeah, to see the progress in actual. And also we are here not only designing the friendly, of the fishing vessel, yeah, but also we try to design our fishing gear to be more also sustainable. And we here already patented, yeah, the sustainable fishing gear made by also UMT researcher. You can see here. And in our ship, we equip the, modern equipment, especially using the echo sounder. It's very important, yeah, to detect the fish. Yeah, and also we collaborate with the, MAISA, Malaysian Aerospace, something like that, agency. So we also in this case to detect the fish, make it, the operation is more efficient. So the fishermen just go directly to the spot of the when the fish is gathering there. So actually this also can reduce, the what we say, the fuel consumption, and increasing the efficiency of the operation. Okay, and then we also equip our ship with the fishing light, yeah, and this is already proven that the green light is very effective for the fish, and the fishermen can get more fish, yeah, especially in the night, yeah. So this is actually done by also UND researcher from the fisheries, yeah, and then yeah, again, so the characteristic, the main criteria of the sustainable fishing gear is about reducing by catch. So we also design our fishing gear as mentioned before. So this, the experiment that we have already conducted, yeah, regarding to our fishing gear design. So reducing by catch is very significant. Yeah, by the green light. So from the 63% can reduce up to 8%. So it's very important, using the green light here. And then also we designed the fish gill net, yeah. And then this is the experimental result from the fish gill net, especially reducing the bite catch. So it's about 0.6 kilogram bite catch for the experiment C. So it's very proven. So also we designed the squid net, yeah. Similarly, yeah, this also reducing bite catch for the squid net. And then also we designed the fishing gear for the crab gill net, yeah. So this also result with the reduction by catch significantly. So all actually this fishing gear will be equipped in our ship operation. So it means that our ship will be multi-gear, multi-fishing gear, and then finally we try to determine which one is the most optimum one. Okay, actually this just in the study cases, yeah. But yeah, actually several years ago we tried already prove, yeah, the capability of our fishing gear, yeah. And then you can see here also about fish trap. Yeah. So this fish trap also we design ourselves here. Yeah. Okay. And then this for the squid trap. Yeah. Okay. And then this for the prawn net. Yeah. So yeah, for the prawn net, so it's very amazing, yeah, that our fishing gear is very I mean proven, yeah, with zero bycatch. And this is actually the I mean the summary of the fishing gear that will be operated in our fishing vessel. So with the analysis of the return of the investment. So yeah, of course. So this needs to be I mean proven. Yeah, once I mean our ship construction is completed, maybe by the end of the 2025. Okay. So actually, yeah, so it's not so long, just straight to the point that my presentation. But before I conclude, maybe just let's show you, I mean, the video, yeah, that's right, especially on designing of our fishing vessel. Just a moment, please. So this is actually our fishing design. So using the catamaran, yeah. So it will be more stable and also wide space on board. Yeah. Yeah. So we are using the twin engine. Yeah. So actually, this a real design that we made ourselves, and this animation actually representative of our design. Once I mean the ship is completed, constructed, so will be the environment and the condition on board is like this. Okay, and also solar panel will be equipped in our ship design, yeah, especially for the electricity. So also we will be reducing the global warming, yeah. And also we, as I mentioned before, using the echo sounder, yeah, for the image fish analysis, yeah. Okay, and then wait a moment, please. The last one. So I would like also to share with you regarding to the, I mean, current progress, yeah. So that's right. So actually, this video is made by the Dean of Faculty Marine Science Uncair, yeah, Dr. Yadi Subur. Thank you. So when he visited with the team to Terengganu, so he took this video. Yeah. So suddenly, yes, I mean, in the construction progress, and hopefully end of the 2035, our construction will be completed. So actually, yeah, this is I mean the conclusion of my presentation. Yeah. So the sustainability fishing is I mean is the main issue, especially for the next couple of years. Yeah, especially aligned with the SG 14. So not only getting the profit of the bulky of the ship, but also we try to consider the environmental protection in our design. And naval architect is a very important role, yeah, especially collaborating with the marine sciences. So to achieve this objective. I think that's all. Yeah, my presentation today. Yeah, thank you very much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning to all.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Ahmad, for your presentation. I think it's very amazing. Yeah, we should talking about the fishing vessel is important from Indonesian fishermen. Yeah, because sometimes we have a lot of problem with the fishermen vessel. Yeah, how to catch the fish and squid and everything. Yeah, I think your presentation is very important for us. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have three more keynote speakers. So, and I mentioned before, I would like to invite Mr. Nur Fadli. Hello,
Yeah,
Mr. Nur Fadli. Okay, are you ready?
yes.
Okay, before I give your opportunity to deliver your speech, I would like to mention or I would like to introduce yourself. So the name is Professor Nur Fadli, SPMSc. He is the lecturer in the Marine Science Department, Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries of Sheikh Kuala University. And he's an expert in coral reef biology, ecology, restoration, coral reef management. Okay, Mr. Fadli, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much for a very nice introduction, Pak Ridwan. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nur Fadli from Universitas Syah Kuala. Can you see my presentation?
Good.
Okay.
Clearly.
Okay. Today I would like to present about what we are doing in our faculty, especially in my laboratory, from the Genetics and Aquatic Biodiversity Laboratory. So I will give you a little bit about what we are doing, and I put my title for my presentation is Genetic Conservation of Commercially Important Species in Aceh, Indonesia. So I also would like to deliver my appreciation for the committee for inviting me for this very nice conference. Okay, I will just give you a short introduction about myself. Yeah, I actually I have a marine science background. Yeah, I graduated from IPB to 2003, and then continue my master in Bremen, Germany, and then finished my PhD at University Science Malaysia. And right currently, I am the member of Genetics and Aquatic Biodiversity Lab, and also the Vice Dean for Resources and Finance at the Faculty of Marine and Fisheries of USK. Yes, the moderator already introduced that. Mostly, uh, I work with the coral reef, but since 2015, I shifted my research interest mostly for the marine biology and also molecular biology. So today I only present you about my current work, yeah, related to the genetics. So here is the plan of my talk of today. I will give you a short introduction and some approaches that of molecular in fisheries, and I also give you the some examples what we are doing in Aceh, and then I will close with some closing remarks. Okay, normally I will define, yeah, our location Indonesia is or as a Indo-Malaya archipelago, because I consider this area is one of a very important area in the world. Yeah, even we only covered only 5% of the Earth. However, 25% of the biodiversity in the world is located in this region. Yeah, we have more than 25,000 islands. Yeah, and even Indonesia itself, we have more than 17,000 islands, and we believe that we are is one of the center of for marine biodiversity. Yeah, so that's why Indonesia is very important for us. So Aceh itself is one of the province, yeah, that located in the westernmost part of this region. Yeah, so I'm very lucky. Yeah, I believe I'm very lucky that I work here because Aceh is, I think, is also one of the most important in terms of biodiversity in Indonesia. And like other region in Indonesia, we also the capture fisheries is also very important in Aceh. With the fish production is continuous every year. Yeah, and among of the fish group that have selling price in Aceh is the reef fishes. Yeah, so I started my work mostly with the groupers, and then later on we think that for Aceh we need more information, and then we expand our study to all the commercial important fishes in Aceh. So I think it's also like already mentioned it by Professor Davin that we still have a very limited information, yeah, of our fish, mostly in my opinion, yeah, for their biology, ecology, and also the molecular information. So that's why we try to initiate some works in Aceh and then try to build the database of genetics in Aceh. So if we see from this definition from Allendorf et al. 2010 that genetic conservation is the use of genetic techniques, yeah, to solve the problem in conservation biology. So all the thing that we work with the molecular, and then if we want to support the conservation, we call it the genetic conservation. In Indonesia, I think most of the molecular works, yeah, mostly right now we start with the species identification, yeah, what we call it or known about DNA barcoding. And actually, we can also use this molecular approach for investigation of the phylogeographic patterns, and also we can also use this molecular approach to investigate the population structure, that what we call it the population genetics. So there are many other approach in for molecular approach in fisheries. However, because my lab or our lab in our faculty is like only standard genetics lab, we just focus our study for these three items. Yeah. So I think like I already mentioned that Aceh is one of the province in Indonesia that depend on the capture fisheries, and we do also some like record, yeah, of the species list in our landing sites. Yeah, I think it's also happen in everywhere in Indonesia that fish that collected in our fish landing site is normally recorded in local name, yeah, instead of the species name. Yeah, maybe for example the grouper, I think in Aceh we just record the kerapu, yeah, and for the snappers we recorded kakap, yeah. Even they have more than hundreds of species, we just collect it and lump all together into kerapu or kakap. And also for the travelers, yeah, like kue. Sometimes we also call it this fish in Aceh as a rambu. So I think this kind of uh, information will uh, become a problem for us if we want to manage this fish, yeah, in a very good way, yeah, or in a proper way. So that's why we need more precise, yeah, species name of our fish in our landing site. So that's why we in Aceh we try to utilize the DNA barcoding, yeah. We so if you see here in in this presentation that this approach actually already introduced more than uh, 20 years ago, yeah, by Hebert. So basically, we use CO1 gene, yeah, from our mitochondrial DNA to identify of organism, yeah. There are many advantages of this DNA barcoding approach. It's accurate identification. You can also use individual fish that at different stage, yeah. You can take the eggs, yeah, the larvae, yeah, or even some parts of the fish. If we can identify based use this part of the fish. And also we can use this method to identify the mislabeled fish product, and some countries already use this technique to detect some mislabeled fish. But I think in Indonesia, we don't have this kind of research yet. But I do believe, I think in the future we can do this. Yeah. So based on this experience and this background in Aceh, we start to initiate to do the DNA barcoding. Yeah, I myself really interested with the grouper, so I start my work to DNA barcoding of commercially important grouper in Aceh. Yeah, and then we try make the or build the genetic database for Aceh. So our first study about DNA barcoding of fish in Aceh, we did it in Wai Island. We tried to collect all the commercially important reef fishes, yeah, And then we found that the grouper is one of the most dominant fish that found in our landing site. And after that, we try to expand the location and all around Aceh, and then we found that or recorded around 26 grouper species in Aceh. So this is a quite high number because uh, in Indonesia, in our record that we have around 70 something species of the grouper, and then we have 26 grouper species, and then after year by year, we also try to increase the location, to expand the location, and then we found more new record of grouper species in Aceh. And some note that we also found in our research that the genetic diversity of grouper in Aceh is quite low. Yeah, this one is an indication that over exploitation is already happening for this or for some species of grouper in Aceh. So this is in our study we also recognize some unique grouper species in Aceh. The first one is Epinepulus flavocyrolus. I think this one we only read from the article that they already actually they are distributed in the western part of Indonesia. However, is rarely recorded in our paper in our landing site. However, we found that this Epinepulus flavocyrolus we can find in Aceh. And the other species is Cephalus polispila. Yeah, I only know about this species is from the report, from the article that stated actually they can be found in the western part of Sumatra. However, there is no record in our landing site about this species. And in our study, we recognize this Cephalopolis polispila, and then we found this species in one of the location in Aceh, what we call it Banyak Island, yeah. And we also expand the location to eastern part of Aceh, yeah. So we also recorded more species of grouper, and we also do the same thing, yeah, to the grouper in Semelu and Kepulauan Banyak, and we also recorded more species. So in total, right now we recorded around 35 or until 40 species of grouper in Aceh. So like I mentioned it already that in Indonesia we have 70 grouper species. Then if Aceh has 40, it's mean that almost half of the grouper species in Indonesia can be found in Aceh. We also try to use this technique, or DNA barcoding to different group. Since last year, we also expand the group of species, fish species. We recorded for the grouper, for the snapper, and then we recorded around 15 snapper species in Aceh, and the same situation happened for this snapper, like the grouper, we also noticed that the snapper species in Aceh also has a low genetic variation, that it is also indication of overexploitation. We also found some unique species of snapper in Aceh. Yeah, the first one is Lutjanus bengalensis, and also Lutjanus santopinis. So both species actually we can it's already said that they are distributed in western part of Indonesia. However, there is no like a formal record about this species, and then we can finally identify the species using our DNA barcoding. This year, I have also some project for DNA barcoding of some species or some group of fish. we also start a new project for Karangide, yeah, for the travelers. And also we use this DNA barcode method also to identify some shark and rays in Aceh. Uh, and we found around 14 species of shark and rays were recorded in Aceh. I think this is a quite high number. Later on, we also try to utilize the DNA barcode and combine it with the morphometric studies. Yeah. So, for example, we try to use this method for snapper species in Aceh, and we combine the data with the morphometric, and then we found that if you can see from this slide that Lutjanus bengalensis and Lutjanus carsmira, they are look almost the same, yeah, for their shape, yeah, and if we compare with if we analyze the data using the morphometric analysis, that these two species is overlap. Yeah, so it's if we did not use additional genetic data, we will think that these two species is one species. However, when we also use genetic data, they are completely separate into two species. We also do the same thing for the grouper species, yeah. And then I think in the future, this kind of study that combine morphometric and genetic study will increase, yeah. The number of the study will be increased. And this year also, one of my students also used this method or this approach to observe the Scaridae species, yeah. So there's we will still work with this species, and I think in the next coming months we will publish about this species. So that's for the DNA barcoding. So what kind of analysis can we do next? Yeah, after we have this kind of data. So if we have the data of DNA barcoding, we can also use or utilize this data for different studies. Yeah. So we can use like a phylogeography study. So for example, in this case, because I already have some genetics data from Aceh, and then we try to also to get some data from different part of Indonesia, from the gene bank, and then we can try to analyze the data, and some interesting results emerge from these studies. Yeah, for example, this one we found that Epinephelus aerolatus or kerapu bandi, yeah. So in Indonesia, it's actually consisted from two different population. So the first population is located in Aceh, yeah, or in the western part of Indonesia, while the second population is consists from the population in the eastern part of Indonesia. So basically, we just play around with our data. So as long if you already some data in your location, yeah. For example, in Aceh, because we already have some enough data, and then we just play around with the data. We just download it from the gene bank, the bowl, and then we see, yeah, how 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 about the distribution of one species. So for example, this one is we use Lutjanus carsmira data in Aceh, and then get some more data from different part of the world, yeah, about this species, and then we found that actually, for example, this Lutjanus carsmira is also consists of two population in Indonesia, and the population in Aceh is very different from other parts of, for example, in the Arabian Sea or something like that. So after we got this kind of information, we can also expand, or maybe we can also put more effort, or maybe we can also add more samples. So, for example, because in my previous study that Epinepilus aerolatus consisted from two population, I want to get more information. I want to get more detail about this species. So we try to use more sample. We also expand the location, and then we notice that and believe that this species is really uh, consists from two population. So again, the study can support my previous studies that Epinephelus aerolatus in Aceh is different from Epinephelus aerolatus in the east of Indonesia. So we use two genes, yeah, CO1, cytochrome B, and I also try right now to use the nuclear genes, yeah, REC1, and see if this gene can also support this finding. So all the analysis that we did for this species supported that this Epinephelus aerolatus is forming two different population. So this is my closing. Yeah. So overall, the molecular data that collected in our study, I think, can be beneficial for future management plan of species in Aceh and Indonesia and also the IMA region. And I think and I believe that this molecular approach can be used to support fisheries conservation and management. And in the future, this approach will play a more significant role in marine management and conservation. And some Western countries like Canada already implement strict regulation on proper species identification. Yeah, especially because some countries already found that some of the fish product are mostly mislabeled. So the importer, the exporter, they change the fish, yeah, that they export with different species. So normally before we start our study, we also do some like review, yeah, about our species that we want to observe. For example, because I myself focus on the grouper, so we try to use all the data set in Indonesia, and then we can find, for example, in the study for the grouper DNA barcoding in Indonesia, you can see some location in Indonesia, the sample is not taken. Yeah, for example, there is no data from Kalimantan, yeah, and also from some part of the Sulawesi. So I think we need more collaboration, yeah, to cover bigger area and samples. So in our argument is also because Aceh, even some people say that Coral Triangle is considered as a country, but in the field, yeah, in the field that Coral Triangle is mostly defined in the eastern part of Indonesia. So sometimes we in Aceh we also miss some information because the some study about Coral Triangle is also miss about Aceh. So in our paper on 2012, we argue that Aceh is also important like other part of coral triangle. Yeah. So example, we compare the number of species of coral of Acropora, and then actually the number of species in Aceh is comparable with some part that we call it as a coral triangle. So this is one my life profile. Yeah. So we have some ongoing project right now. We do some DNA barcoding of Scombridae in Aceh. We also do some DNA barcoding for pit swamp species in Aceh. And right now we also have some project with Liberec Zoo from Czech Republic for to do the population genetic of sea turtle in Sumatra. And because of Krapu is one of my concern, I also want to initiate to expand our collaboration for Krapu in Indonesia, and then we we will have more better information about this fish group. I think this is all from my side. Thank you very much. And if you have any question, please feel free to ask. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Fadli, for your inspiring presentation. I think it's very amazing. You research a little bit the same with Mr. Devin, but you're focused on the groupers and fishes in Indonesia. And I think it's very important to collaborate research about DNA barcode in Indonesia. I see in your picture there is not located in North Maluku. So I think my friend from Hairun University, this is your opportunity to collaborate research with the Sheikh Kuala University. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Fadli. So, ladies and gentlemen, we continue our keynote speaker. I would like to invite Mr. Beginner Subhan. Mr. Beginner, are you still
Yes,
in
Pak
the
Ridwan.
Zoom? Okay, thank you.
How are
Okay,
you?
I'm fine. Before you deliver your speech, I would like to introduce yourself. The name Dr. Beginner Subhan, SPMSE. He's the lecturer in Institute Pertanian Bogor, IPB University. And he's an associate professor with expert in marine biology, coral reef, ecology molecular, ecology coral, eco, coral restoration, octocoral. He's very expert. Okay, so Mr. Subhan, I give you 20 minutes for you to deliver your speech. Please.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, uh, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you for the organizers who give me time, yeah, for the sharing the our interest and our research, ongoing research now, and yeah, we will with my team. I we do the some small research, yeah, related to the environmental DNA, and so this is my speak about the trends in environmental DNA application for marine biodiversity, uh, biblioanalysis of global and Indonesian research. So, as mentioned, yeah, direct observation and taking biota from sea as a sample have the uh, disadvantage, yeah, of requiring a long observation time, yeah, and difficult to distinguish critical species, yeah. As the speakers before, yeah, Pak Fadli, some species are very close, yeah, very close, not only the colors but also the size, yeah. Sometimes it's quite difficult and takes time to uh, identify them. And the issue is Indonesia is quite bigger, yeah, very huge, yeah? It's huge, and plenty of space, plenty of place that we should visit. And the question is about the how big the biodiversity in Indonesia, yeah. So one of the method, yeah, that we can use is environmental DNA. So this method use the environmental substance, yeah, obtain the fragment, yeah, left behind in by the living things and dies, yeah, and they having isolated, yeah, from tissue samples. And actually, the first use of eDNA detect organism was done in 80s, yeah, for the microbes. And in our experience also, yeah, the eDNA method can be give the overview, like highlight, yeah, of the biodiversity in area more quickly, and can detect the uh, species level. So what we gonna do with this research, we do the deep analysis of DNA research in worldwide and in Indonesia. Yeah. So this is what we do. So we took about 700 somethings, yeah, the commune from 97 to 2024, and yeah, the common with the word is eDNA, yeah. So we got the 600 from worldwide and only 22, yeah, only 22 from Indonesia. So we use 40 keywords, and later on I will explain. And the document was exclude the data from the chapter, yeah, editorial, short survey, and notes. And also we exclude the bacteria, bacterial DNA, RNA, ribosomal 16S, and Dinoflagellata. And we set the territory, yeah, is include related to Indonesia. For the analysis, we use force viewers, yeah, and Excel. So what we got, yeah, from the worldwide, yeah, we got the 697. So the first is 2006, yeah, from Baduri et al. So it seems since 2006 until 2024, yeah, the publication, yeah, the publication was published in worldwide more increase, yeah. So compared to uh 2006, yeah, it's like 100 times, yeah, bigger, yeah. But the highest jump, yeah, is from 2021. This is more interesting, yeah, for the eDNA. So the first is nematode, fungi, and marine fishes, and 2012 is for marine mammals. Yeah. So I think next couple years it will be increased. Yeah, because some people a lot of work now. Yeah, a lot of publication, a lot of survey. Always conduct using the eDNA. So this is the affiliation. Yeah. So in the records, there is a 160, yeah, 160 organization. So yeah, mostly it's outside from Indonesia, yeah, and then yeah, from the Curtin University, IRD Montpellier, and NOAA, yeah, and Fisheries and Oceans, Canada. So this is interesting, and yeah, the most is up to 20 papers. Yeah, and this is the journal. Yeah, a journal that publish eDNA. So eDNA topic, yeah, already published in the 142 journal. And then yeah, there is a new journal, yeah, I think environmental DNA journal is a uh, journal who talk about the eDNA, about the 100s, and then others is Frontiers of Marine Science, Scientific Resource, reports, yeah, molecular ecology. So and plus one, yeah, but yeah, since eDNA is a more popular and more challenging, that's why they make a new journal. Yeah, I think it's like less than 10 years. I think eDNA journal. Yeah, and yeah, mostly the journal they were published in Q1. Yeah, 55%. So it means eDNA research is like a more frontier. So some journals, yeah, key one journals are interested, yeah, to publish about the eDNA, yeah. And key one and key two, yeah, it seems yeah, they still interest, yeah, to publish related to eDNA. So it's a chance for us, yeah, who interest collaborate with the eDNA. I think especially in Indonesia, yeah, just like Pak Padi says, yeah, we still a lot of lack of information, yeah. And who's the sponsor? It's very important also. Who will give the money for the research? I think for us in Indonesia, for eDNA, it's sometimes quite challenging, yeah, to find the sponsors. So this is the sponsors 159, and this is the top 10, yeah. European Commission, yeah, Japan Society, GSPS, and NSF, yeah, yeah. Some part of our work is supported by NSF, and then National NOAA, yeah, and yeah, I think now China, yeah, China also will give some money for the eDNA. Then they have a good because I saw a lot of expedition now in Indonesia, yeah, doing in collaborate with China University. I think if you interest, yeah, we can you can approach, yeah, China for the collaboration. So yeah, for the most cited in 2012, yeah, uh, European Commission, yeah, and then European first article in 2017. So is the researchers, yeah, work in eDNA, yeah, in total all over the world is 160 researcher. So Mariani, yeah, from the Liverpool, and they the most cited is related to yeah, how to use the eDNA in marine ecosystems, yeah. So you can collaborate, yeah, also with these researchers. And yeah, the most influence is Thompson's, yeah, about the detection of the diverse marine fauna, fish fauna using eDNA. And yeah, fish fauna is still interesting to study, yeah, related to the eDNA research, yeah, because yeah, fish is related the fisheries, yeah, fisheries is a big issues, yeah, just like Fadli. So I think topic on fisheries and eDNA, it should be interesting to develop, yeah, in further research. So this is the country affiliation, yeah, connection in eDNA. So the most influenced country, yeah, by the link was UK, yeah, United Kingdom. Yeah, they have 106 documents and 5,000 links. Yeah, and the most influenced still US. Yeah, United States. They have 180 documents. But where's the Indonesian position? Indonesian is more outside, yeah, but we are better than Singapore, yeah. Singapore, yeah. And yeah, we have 22 articles and 23 links. I think it will be more to come, yeah, in from Indonesia, because I review some papers, yeah, a lot of papers from Indonesia related to EDN. So this is the topic. Oh, so many topics, yeah, with the eDNA. Firstly, yeah, environmental DNA itself, yeah, and then the biodiversity, uh, meta barcoding, and then the DNA barcoding, genetics, yeah, animals. That's the topic. But other topics related to the underwater fish. Yeah, usually compare, yeah, the topic. Yeah, there's a lot of small topic, yeah, that can we more develop, yeah. And as I mentioned about the fishery, yeah, and then the uh, molecular ecology and some things. How about Indonesia? As I mentioned in 2029, yeah, so the first start marine eDNA in Indonesia, yeah, publication, and then 2019, and this is related to the also fisheries, yeah, and also from Andriono, yeah, about the diversity study in Dadap. So always related to the fisheries, yeah, in Indonesia. Yeah, in 2022, yeah, is the highest, yeah, document, 6, now 2024. It's not finished yet, yeah, but still probably way bigger from 2022. Who published article in ADNA? So actually about 100, not bad, yeah, 150 organization, yeah, who collaborate in Indonesia waters, yeah. So IB University, yeah, and BRIN, yeah, Unhas, Erlangga, and some France institution, yeah. So Indonesia itself, yeah, from IPB is 2021, yeah, about the reef fish, and then the most cited is related to chordata and mollusca. As I mentioned, yeah, mostly the paper were published in high quality journal, yeah, Q1, and then Q1 and Q2. So yeah, I think eDNA is still prospect, yeah, for us to publish, because more information, more questions uh, will be interesting, yeah, for the journal.
Excuse me,
And
sir.
yes,
The time 5 minutes more.
okay, thank you. And this is response sponsor, yeah, you say, and others university, yeah, LPDP, and yeah, I think this is the most information that we know. I think from the BRIN, also it's a good sponsor for us. So this is the articles. We have 160 authors, and then the articles is some IPB's friends and UNER already published papers. So this is the examples, our papers that more cited, is this detecting the fish, using the eDNA in Lombok, Coral Triangle, Lombok and Raja Ampat. I will skip. And what happened in Indonesia? This is also interesting. So we are doing ourselves and not so many connecting. So in the this picture indicate still there is no collaborate, not big collaboration, amongst the researcher, they still have their own group and then not connect each other. I think it's a good information for us. Actually we could start the collaboration, Pak Ridwan. So don't do it by yourself because Indonesia too huge. Do it
Yep,
by the
yep.
group. So this is the keywords. Meta barcoding, biodiversity and coral reefs. And eDNA is still keywords. And coral triangle also is also keywords that is the, and also biomonitoring. So this is the gap, for the limited DNA. Also, we can use for the monitoring the artificial reef, and so also we can develop specific primer, in control experiments, and active research in DNA, and to
Mhm.
try to funding collaboration, and there is a need to comprehensive research, engagement support in Indonesia. So this is the conclusion. There's a still prospect, and cross organization and cross countries research is
Mhm.
needed, and so eDNA can be important tools to support a solution of a global environment challenge and protect the marine biodiversity of Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Suban, for your insightful presentation. I think what you say is very amazing. I mean, we need the collaboration to research about DNA in Indonesia, and the group in Indonesia is very, I think, is the expert. Yeah, we need more expert in DNA. Okay, I think we have the last presenter. I would like to invite my colleague, Mr. Janib Ahmad. Are you in the room now? Hello, Mr. Janib. Still in the room?
I'm the room now.
Okay, thank you. I hear your voice clearly. Okay, before you deliver your speech, I would like to introduce yourself. So the name is Dr. M. Janib Ahmad, SPMSE, and Associate Professor in Hairun University. And he is an expert in biopharmacology. Mr. Janib, the time is yours. You have 20 minutes to deliver your speech.
Thank you, Paiwan. But wait, maybe 10 minutes.
Okay.
Prepare my slide.
Can you share your presentation, Mr. Janip?
Sorry, Pak Iwan.
Can you share your presentation?
I have presentation, but maybe some problem, a little problem.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay.
Kok kenapa ini? Kenapa? Kok belum dikasih ya ini? Oke. Sini ya? Ini udah.
Apakah Bapak kirim ke
Tri. Pak Iwan, wait a moment. Buka di situ nih.
Hello, can organizing committee help Mr. Janip how to share his presentation?
Yes, we are now still helping Mr. Janip.
Thank you, Mr. Iwan. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Janip, the turn is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Pak Iwan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and selamat pagi, everyone. Today, I would like to present about echinodam bioactive compound with potential health effect. Next. This is the total population in the world. So if the total population touch 8 billion, what is happen? There are four things that happen. Number one, decreasing limitation of fossil energy source. Number two, increased hunger due to limited food ingredients. This problem, agriculture and fisheries. And number three, increasing territorial dispute between countries. And important happen, increasing infection diseases in the world. Next. Oh, yes. I will discuss more about last impact in this next slide. This is global cause of death. So number one, cardiovascular disease, cancer, COVID, and respiratory disease. And some global cause death can be alternative solution. And sea organism from marine have many solution for global cause of death. Because the sea become a source of medicine like terpene, steroid, polyphenol, polyketide, peptide, alkaloid, and polysaccharide. This is some organism in the world. Next. One species in the marine is echinodam. So echinodam is more important bioactive. This is chemical biodiversity and bioactive of echinodams like saponin, propanoid, fatty acid, alkaloid, glycoside, carotenoid, steroid, and polysaccharide have many activities like immunomodulator, anti-cancer, antibacterial, anti-malaria, anti-fungi, and some anti-inflammation. So this is article reference. Next. And this slide, I want to show about immunomodulatory from Holituridae eplansi. So 2016 and 2017, Professor Aminin Dimitri from RAS research about cocomuricide, triterpene oligoglycoside, and triterpene glycoside from Holituridae. So that is famous in the world. And some compound, chemical compound, monosulfide triterpene glycoside, also aminin dimetri, and then this is ergos 7 and 3-ol, our research from Acanthaster plansi. And next slide. And this is antibacterial from Holituridae, to compound chemical. This is article reference. Next. And this is anti-cancer from Holituridae. So I want to talk mostly chemical compounds from Holituridae have been distributed to the market. so become a drug. So this is important for some disease can alternative drug from polytrudiide. Next. Next, this is biosynthesis. Oh yes, this is analysis of new marine-derived compound from 1985 to 2011 according to chemical classes and biological activities. This is anti-cancer, peptide, and antibacterial. Number 2, anti-fungi, next antivirus, and post-resistance. An overview of marine organism from which marine natural product enter the pharmaceutical pipeline. From 1950s to 28 and from 28 to 2018. This is a reference from Meyer and Heman. This is source of marine fungi produce marine natural product until 2011. Next. And I maybe explain some methodology in extract diversity. There is a 4-step, and this is important. But before root extract, we must collect sample and identification taxonomy. Identification not enough, only morphology, but it's better if identification genome, barcode organism. After this, crude extract, this first step. So second step, purified extract and pure compound and pure compound with extractor. This is step by step. So step number 1, plant material, prepare plant material. So plant material extract with some solvent, not only solvent, but maybe polar solvent or non-polar solvent or transition solvent, like ethyl acetate and other solvent. After extract, we must not purification, but before purification, we must test activities for know this is major activities or minor activities. So we must choose major activities. Extract, we go to active fraction. But before active fraction, we must know chemical compound from extract. So we must do with the thin layer chromatography. After thin layer chromatography, not enough, but we must bioassay test. Bioassay test is not only in vivo, but also in vitro. After fraction test, bioassay test, go to compound activity. Major activity we choose, and structure or identification determine. Use some instrument like UV vis, ER, nuclear magnetic resonance, mass spec, and X-ray. And this is guided for bioassay active compound using different concentration to determine the potential. This is after we know identification chemical compound from some material from marine organism. Next is clinical trial. But clinical trial, before clinical trial, we must in vivo assay. And after we must in vivo assay, maybe it's good if toxicological study. So after toxicological study, we have to patent application for approval before go to market. This slide about time and process from natural product drug. So in natural product to drugs, not only high price, but we must need timing. It takes about 10 to 15 years to develop a new medicine. And the average cost is estimated to $100 million to $1 billion. This is number include the cost of the thousand of filer for every 500 and 1,000 compound. They enter the research of development pipeline. Ultimately, only one receive approved. They ensure the only those pharmaceutical products that are both safe and effectivity are brought to the market. This is a timeline if time and process from natural product drug. Next. Oh, yes. This is strategy and solution for marine natural product to drug. So not only focus on chemistry compound from natural source, but on not activities. This is number one. But number two, straightforward isolation and identification of compound from natural source, followed by biological activity testing, mainly not only in vitro, but in vivo. And number three, selection of organism primarily based on ethnopharmacological information, folkloric reputation, or traditional use. And number four, this is important, mapping research institution and personal lecture, special for marine natural product expertise. And number five, we need collaboration. And collaboration, not only national collaboration, but international collaboration. Thank you very much, Dr. Iwan. This is my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Jani, for your presentation.
Thank you very much for presenter, organized committee, my dean, and everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Jani, for your presentation. I believe it's very inspiring for us. How about to get the chemical compound for our health? Yeah, I think this field is important, is increasing now because, for example, in here we can find the medicine in the market is sometimes come from the fisheries or the marine biota. So I think your field is very important in the future. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think thank you for your attention and participation. Now we have some time for question and comment from the audience and the answer for the our keynote speaker because we just have 5 keynote speakers. So if you have a question, please raise your hand. You can mention your name and your affiliation, and for who you direct deliver your question, or you can text the message in the chat box. If you can use English, you can use Bahasa. It's no problem, I think. And then the committee will translate to our keynote speaker. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you have question, okay, we have one raise hand, Mr. Prince Charles. Hello, Mr. Prince Charles.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear my voice?
Yeah. Good morning, Pak Ridwan.
Okay, okay. Please
Okay.
deliver your question and
Okay.
mention your name, affiliation, and who your speech, the keynote speaker.
Okay. First of all, I want to introduce. My name is Charles. I am from Cairo University, but exactly I came from the other field, from economics and management. So I'm so interesting about DNA barcoding. I want to know about in conducting DNA barcoding, are there many methods or approaches for applying DNA barcoding? I want to ask to Dr. Noor and Dr. Suban maybe because their presentation is connecting with the how to conducting the DNA barcoding. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Pak Ridwan, how is it? Suaranya nggak kedengeran, Pak.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so I need one more the participant to deliver your question before I give to Mr. Suban and Mr. Fadli to answer the Prince Charles question. Anyone to deliver this question? If not, maybe I would like to. I have 2 questions. Can I deliver my question? Okay. We have 5 keynote speakers. 3 speakers talking about DNA, 1 speaker about the chemical compound in marine biology, and the other one talking about the fishing vessel. The important about the Indonesia. We know Indonesia have the big biodiversity, but the problem that mentioned by Mr. Suban and Mr. Fali, we don't have the expert here. My question is for all the speaker about DNA. Can we build the collaboration and how I mean the how type of collaboration that we do? Mr. Suban say that we don't have the sponsor. Is it problem or it is the challenge for us in the future and how the potential if we can make the collaboration research in the DNA and then we can encourage our government, especially the Kemendikbudristek, to build the one specific board focus on the DNA because I think it's important to keep our biodiversity and also for Mr. Davin. I think is it possible for us to build the collaboration with Japan, especially as you know, for us in higher university, we don't have the equipment, we don't have anything. We just have the research, and we just have the potential species. So if we have the opportunity to collaboration, what kind of collaboration can we do? And the next question I would like to ask about to Mr. Fadli, Mr. Fadli to Mr. Matt about the fishing vessel. I think it's very important to build the fishing vessel, especially in Indonesia. But when your model in fishing vessel, how many people can load in the vessel? Is more than 10 vessel? I mean, it's more than uh 10 people or just less than 10 people? What I mentioned this because actually my background is marine science, but I'm focused about the focus about disaster management in coastal area, in special in the small island. How the problem in Ternate is one day the earth eruption of Gamalama and then tsunami and earthquake it occurs in one time. It's very hard to find the vessel. It's very hard to find the boat for evacuation of people, 200,000 people in Ternate. So that's why I just imagine if we can use the fishing vessel, the small fishing vessel with the compatible for loading the more people, it's very important. It's very quite. I mean, it's very help us for evacuate the people in Ternate. Thank you. This is my question. Is there any question? Okay, maybe I think I will give the time for Mr. Suban and Mr. Fadli and also Mr. Devin for answer the question from me and Mr. Charles. For all keynote speaker, the time's yours.
Ya, Pak Davin
Okay,
dulu
maybe
lah dulu.
starting.
Pak
Ya,
Davin
Okay, maybe
dulu.
starting for Mr. Davin.
Yang lebih tua dulu.
Oh, left
Okay.
Right. Should I reply in Indonesian or should I reply in English?
It's okay. You can play in bahasa. It's okay. I think because there's no question. Maybe because the limited bahasa.
Okay. So saya akan saya justru yang limited bahasanya ini. Sebagian tahu saya limited bahasa. Jadi kalau saya sedikit bahasa aneh-aneh ditegur saja. Itu sekarang begini. Saya kemarin sebenarnya untuk misalnya pertanyaan mengenai DNA barcoding, apakah ada kalau nggak salah dari Bapak Prince Charles itu pertanyaan mengenai apa teknik ya? Bisa di pertanyaan yang mengenai DNA barcoding?
Mr. Darwin,
Charles, can you?
I want to know about is there many methods or approaches for applying DNA barcoding? I want to know is there many methods. This is the most efficient and practical when we apply about DNA barcoding. I think that's all.
Right. So basically, I had a chance to give a talk at Osaka University the other day. I was really surprised that many people in the from different background. So I'm very pleased that I think your background is from economics, but you're asking about DNA barcoding because this is basically a very, very economical and very practical method to do monitoring, right? So I was a little bit surprised that many people from economical or when I attended the meeting in the IPCC scoping meeting, I just realized that so many people would like to talk about business and economics and so on and so forth. I was also very surprised. For example, recently probably you know about TFND and how to consider biodiversity when doing business and so on and so forth. But those people who are actually being considered as experts are actually financial experts and not DNA experts. So I think there's this problem with the perception about how to use and how to utilize genetic data, because genetic data is actually very, very easy to utilize. The standard methods is simple. Basically, I'm going now to talk in the context of Indonesia. Indonesia still needs a lot of database. I think Dr. Subhan will agree. We will still have to collect our animals, deposit it in our museums, and start our own database. We still have to start from there first. And then related to the question or comment from Dr. Ridwan, basically, ya apakah kita bisa menginikan pemerintah? Sebenarnya pemerintah sudah tahu, sudah bisa, sudah ada, dan saya kemarin waktu pulang ke Indonesia, saya bertemu dengan Pak Handoko langsung. Pak Handoko dan kemudian deputi direkturnya itu adalah Pak Iman. Ya, juga mereka ini adalah orang-orang di bidang systematics dan molecular genetics ya. Jadi mereka bilang, oh ya, saya diajak kemudian ke fasilitas-fasilitas yang ada di dalam BRIN yang ada di Cibinong. Sebenarnya lengkap sekali dan kemudian kita punya koleksi biodiversity yang sudah dikoleksi 200 atau 300 tahun lalu. Jadi itu ada semua sampel-sampelnya, mesinnya ada semua, obatnya ada semua, we have everything complete, tapi rupanya tekniknya nggak tahu. Kita punya how to operate the machines, tapi kan kalau saya misalnya riset namanya di dalam lab sendiri, when I lead my own lab, saya lab kecil, I need money, right? And then the money is always limited, always limited. Jadi sekarang masalahnya saya bilang, kok ini ada 200.000 atau ada 2 juta spesimen, mau disequence dengan 3M dalam waktu 3 tahun. Ini kan sama seperti membangun candi Prambanan itu dalam sehari semalam itu istilahnya kan. Kita perlu bantuan jin dan dedemit, nggak bisa dengan 3M dan researcher ini. Jadi ini sebenarnya tuh sebagaimana caranya kita harus mencari caranya sudah ada, tekniknya sudah ada, bagaimana cara supaya dimurahkan, misalnya seperti itu ya. Jadi dan kita harus tema yang visible, nggak bisa dalam waktu 3 hari. Dalam waktu 3 tahun ya. Mungkin kita perlu 30 tahun ke depan atau perlu roadmap yang jelas. Apakah tidak ada peralatan? Nah, ini yang tadi saya address dalam ini saya. Cuman saya nggak sempat ya karena saya bikin slide 100 halaman. Itu ada salah satu slide yang saya bilang, saya penelitian laut dalam. Biasanya laut dalam kalau in order to collect the samples, you need sekitar 100 juta biasanya kan. Nah, saya tuh nggak pakai 100 juta. Saya cuma ngambil sampel yang ada di museum. Jadi saya cuma perlu ongkos naik bus ke museum itu. Kan museum memang ada dana untuk mengkoleksi biodiversity ini, toh. Nah, masalahnya biodiversity kita dikoleksi di Indonesia, apa dikoleksinya nanti misalnya diambilnya kerjasama dengan orang-orang unhired, kemudian nanti dibawanya ke Inggris atau dibawanya ke Smithsonian, bukan dibawa ke BRIN. Atau misalnya dalam Universitas Hairun ini ada tidak ruangan untuk menaruh sampel-sampel ini misalnya. Jadi ini yang saya rasa perlu diadres bahwa kalau misal sampel-sampel ini sudah ada, karena Universitas Hairun memiliki akses yang supaya bisa collecting samples very easy and very cheap, tinggal ditaruh saja di dalam ruangan Universitas Hairun, kemudian nanti tinggal pertanyaan Bapak mengenai kolaborasi dengan luar atau dengan Dr. Subhan ini punya perabotan lengkap di IPB misalnya, itu bisa dikerjakan. Jadi saya waktu tahun 2005 saya memberikan kuliah tamu di Hairun. Tahun 2005 waktu saya masih masuk S3 di Universitas Hairun. Nah, waktu itu ya seperti disampaikan misalnya tidak ada peralatan. Tapi sebenarnya peralatan itu kan saya juga nggak punya semua lengkap peralatan. Jadi misalnya ada mahasiswa S3 dari Universitas Tokyo yang ke lab saya karena saya punya alatnya. Yang saya nggak punya alatnya, saya kirim mahasiswa saya ke Universitas Osaka. Yang dari Osaka dikirim kemana? Bahkan ada yang dikirim ke labnya ke IPB, ke labnya Dr. Subahan karena Dr. Subahan punya peralatan, di saya tidak ada. Jadi sebenarnya kan inilah yang disebut riset collaboration, tidak perlu ditutup di satu institusi, cuma nanti yang fair waktu nulis paper gitu. Saya yang tidak, misalnya saya selalu ribut dengan Dr. Subahan ini adalah, ini kok ada Bapak ini siapa? Dia ngapain gitu. Kenapa masuk namanya di paper gitu. Kok ngapa-ngapain kita tendang begitu loh. Jadi harus ada fair. Apa sumbangannya adalah secara saintifik. Nah, dari situ lintas bidang misalnya dengan ekonomi dan sebagainya. Jadi saya rasa saya sudah menjawab semua pertanyaan. Mudah-mudahan.
Yeah.
Terima kasih.
Yeah. Since second, Mr. Suban, please. Mr. Suban? Mr. Suban?
Yes.
Okay. Can you answer the Prince Charles question and also my question?
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Ridwan, for the question. So for the method of DNA barcoding, yeah, we can use several approach. Yeah. So it's more technically, and I think now yeah, Pak Fadli said he used the CO1, yeah. and
Mhm.
cytochrome B, yeah. But we use another gene, yeah, that
Mhm.
we can because in uh in yeah, there is a lot of gene and that can be used for detect the species. I think that
Mhm.
the approach is a lot of, if we use a lot of genes, it's also very good, yeah. Especially for actually environmental DNA, yeah, it was supported by DNA barcoding. So the
Mhm.
database is DNA barcoding. So probably we can use 12S, yeah. For the fish, yeah, we use the 12S gene for the uh, uh, eDNA, yeah. So yeah, this is just like Prof. Davin mentioned, yeah, the database is still needed, yeah, for Indonesia. Several genes also needed um, for the support for the eDNA, yeah. So eDNA is like we can use the database and then we have the highlight, yeah, for the biodiversity in the in the several area. So that's my answer. Pak Fadli probably will add more, yeah, about the DNA barcoding. And for the collaboration, yeah, and the sponsor, yeah, I think now, yeah, our government actually they have a lot of money, yeah, for doing research. I agree with that. And then uh, the important thing is I think they need our action first to convince them, yeah, that we need and we can do this research. And then uh, yeah, I have now a collaboration with KKP, yeah, for the survey and taking samples for eDNA. So we can use that kind of collaboration. So first collaboration for sampling, and then we can approach people who will funding for um, uh, lab work. So this is and that what we can do, yeah. Just like you mentioned, uh, we can collaborate, start collect sample, yeah. But we already did, Pak, the collaboration actually, yeah. We invite like 50 researcher all over Indonesia for taking sample from eDNA from their area. So the paper still working now. Yeah, hopefully we'll publish. And for the analysis, we can share the money. Yeah, for the sample. So some people support sample, but some people also support money for the lab work. I think we can do such. We can start with the small, yeah, such a thing, yeah. So like just like me, we are collaborate with the Dr. Nezar in Unhair, yeah. We have a lot of paper, and we still working, yeah, probably like 10 years. Yeah, we already working like 10 years now, yeah, with Pak Nezar, yeah, and also Pak Fadli, Pak Pak Davin, yeah. Actually, we are connected, yeah, for the doing DNA. That's my answer. Thank you, Pak Ridwan.
Tuan, and now Mr. Fadli.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. Can I share a little bit some of my slides?
Okay, please.
Yeah. Okay, for the first question from Pak Charles. So this is like the general pipeline, yeah, of DNA barcoding. Yeah, actually there are many more approach, yeah, how to conduct a molecular studies. But for DNA barcoding, basically in general you just collect your sample, yeah, and then you can take the tissues or sampling, and then you need also a lab to do the DNA processing. Yeah, you need like a PCR machine, centrifuge, and also the chemicals. And after you got, and later on after you got the PCR product, and then you send it for sequencing. So, for example, in our university, we don't have the sequencing, yeah, machine, and then we need and we send it to some company in Jakarta, and then they do the sequencing for us, and after that they send back the sequencing result to my lab, and then after that we will uh, input or submit this DNA to database. Yeah, in the world, at least there are two main database for gene. Yeah, for gene. The first one is the gene bank, and the second one is the BOL system. So this is basically what we do for the DNA barcoding. So we try to provide first the database, like Prof. Delphine said, that Indonesia is still don't have this kind of database. However, we can also utilize this BOL or this gene bank, yeah, to submit our data. And after we have this database, and uh, Pak Begin, yeah, with his eDNA team can also compare. Yeah, so basically the what we are doing is comparing our result with the available database. So that's why in our university in Aceh, because we consider that we have a very limited data, we started to provide or to make to establish the database first. So I think in this last 5 years we already uh, have a good progress for database, mostly for the fish. Yeah, so that's why, because the sample or the species in Indonesia is very diverse and it's very high. So we have to think also based uh, on our need. Yeah, for example, in Aceh, I focus or my study on the commercially important fish. So we start with this group first, and after, if we think that we have a complete database, and then later on we can also use or utilize this data to help people who want to work with this. I think I hope I can answer the question for Pak Charles. And the second thing is how to collaborate. Yeah, I think like Pak Begin said, yeah, we have experience, yeah, to collaborate with some researchers in Indonesia. For example, this paper is published on 2022, led by Pak Almarhum Hawis Madupa. He is my close friend. Yeah, when I did my bachelor at IPB. So basically, we just asked some of our colleagues in other parts of Indonesia to filter, yeah, to filter the water. This one is for eDNA. Yeah? So we just filter the some waters in your location. Yeah, for example, in Aceh, I collected my sample from Aceh and then send it the sample to Hawis lab in Bogor. So we can do the same thing. So what we need is actually maybe someone who can be the coordinator for this kind of collaboration. But we have the experience, then we can do. Then this article published it in Frontiers, yeah, of Marine Science. I think is one of the highest, I mean the Q1 journal, yeah. I think we can do the same thing again. And for DNA barcoding, I think we can also no need to send the sample also for me. Maybe, for example, I try to initiate the Kerapu barcoding project, yeah. So if you can you can do your data or your analysis in your university is also okay. What you can share is, or maybe we can share your sequence, yeah. So we can also compare the sequence from different part of Indonesia. This is one what I did right now. We sometimes, if the sequence of the some species, they're already available in gene bank in some part of Indonesia. We can download it from the gene bank or the BOLT system. and then I can compare this data with the data I have in Aceh. So if everyone can do this, I think we can cover all around all area in Indonesia. Yeah. So I think just maybe we can. I mean, we have to open for collaboration. Yeah, I think that's all from my answer, Pak Rizwan. I hope I can answer the question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fadli. Before I give the time to Mr. Ahmad Fitriadi, Mr. Devin will add something. Hello, Mr. Devin.
Sorry, my mic was off. Sorry about that. I'm going to,
Yep.
okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead with this first. For example, this I did research together. So the first author is my student. I'm the last author. I did collaboration with Vietnam. So basically, we collected all the gastropods being bought in the fish market, and then we did DNA barcoding using 6 different molecular markers at the same time. So 6 genes, not only CO1. And then at that time, so we develop our own primers and so on and so forth. But the interesting thing is, of course, as already been discussed by Dr. Subahan and Dr. Fadli, when we when we barcoded the sequences, basically almost no data from Vietnam. Even CO1, the standard molecular marker, only 66%, only covers 66% of the species being collected in the fish market in Vietnam. So you have a lot of data from Japan, you have a lot of data from the US and so on and so forth, but usually from countries from South Asia, it's very low amount. So even for organisms that we eat, so so basically you can use multiple markers here. This is what we developed. So when we did this, we found out, when we did genetic distance analysis using CO1 and several other genes, we found out some species are actually new species, not previously reported. So like this, it's like the red one is completely different, supposedly different species, because you have like a very, very long different percentage of genetic distance. So also, if you're using only single gene here, as you can see, you might be able to place your sample into the correct species, but you will not be able to place it inside the correct family, for example, or order. That's why it's better for you to use, like when you use all 6 different genes at the same time. I'm still writing the paper. The other one, I think I would just at the same time just answer the question from Dr. Nezar about using next-gen sequencer. Yes, I do. I also do proteomics and metabolomics and transcriptomics and genomics and everything, with the omics stuff. So I did use next-gen sequencer, for example, like this one. This is a very old sample from the museum, from the deep sea, about 700 meters deep. The starfish. So we, of course, as I said, I didn't go to collect the samples. It take about 100 million rupiah just to collect the samples. So I went by bus to the museum. So it's only about cost probably 100 yen, 200 yen for the traveling cost. And then I collect the tissue, and then we use next. Is my slide still being shared, or is it? I think I'm not sharing my slide. Hello? What should I do? What should I do? I think I'm trying to share my slide, but is my slide being shared now? Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
there is problem here, so Mr. Janet will try to fix the problem.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I'll just continue talking. So basically, using next-gen sequencer, I was able to do barcoding with full mitochondrial genomes, using the museum samples, basically. Wait a minute, is it?
Di replace aja, bisa di replace.
Replace. Okay.
Share, klik lagi share screen terus.
Okay. Okay. Is it good?
Okay.
Okay. So like this, so I'm using full mitochondrial genome rather than 1 gene, 2 genes. So I'm basically using 37 different genes. all the machines actually is available in Indonesia. So also I'm using like three different genes, for example, 3 or 4 different genes, and this is where I identify new species in Japan from the deep sea. I was in the newspaper over there in Japan. As you can see here, this is my picture. This is the picture of the prime minister at that time. And this is the picture of the Ketua MPR at that time. So I was above them. So I always like brag about it. I also do genomics and multi-omics analysis, and the result was actually being reported in the New York Times at that time. So yeah, I did a lot of sequencing, and then of course from there we can see that the price is kind of like getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. So now we are trying to do barcoding with Sanger sequencing. Is very, very cheap. The one that we're trying to do together with Begin, for example, and hopefully I can contact again with Dr. Fadli so that we can expand the scope of our research. We are using multiple markers here in my lab because it's like very, very cheap in Japan. I heard Indonesia, when you sequence, you need to pay about 150,000 rupiah per sample. Here in Japan, I have an agreement with the sequencing company. I only sequence about 40,000 rupiah or something like that. So, but it gets cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. So now here in Japan, for one sample, you have to pay about the one sample, and you pay for about 900,000 rupiah is when you sequence the whole genome. So it's really, 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 really cheap. So I think in the future, where we would like to build a comprehensive database, probably we have to think about the method on how to actually sequence the whole complete data with the big data. So probably this is where the economics will help us to do the feasibility studies, and then data science and informatics and computer science could help to build the database, and then the electrical engineering will be able to help us to build the actual machine and computer, and so on and so forth, and how to collect the samples. So rather than asking Begin to dive, because we're all getting older and older, it's really difficult. We might dive and not go out again. So probably we can build a new robot or a drone, and then so we need some help from mechanical engineering, so on and so forth. And actually, that's how the direction of research at least in my college, is being geared toward. I hope I'm answering the question also by Dr. Nezar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davin, for your comment. It's very interesting. So we move to the Mr. Ahmad Fitriani. Are you still in the room? Okay.
Yeah.
So it is additionally question for you. It is possible is it effective to use your model, your fishing vessel model in the river? This is the question from Indah Saraswati. Okay, the time is yours, Mr. Fitriani. Mr. Ahmad. Sorry.
Okay, thank you for the question, Dr. Yuan. So firstly, I would like to answer about the maximum crew on board. So during the presentation, I already explained that the crew about 8 to 10% on board. So they can go for the sailing up to 1 week because actually nowadays, I mean, the traditional fishermen, as I mentioned in the slide, that just only, limited time. They go in the morning and return back in the evening. So actually still not significantly change their life. Therefore, we try to, educate them to be more professional. And we intended that our design for the crew actually is not the old generation, but for the younger generation. Because on board the ship, so we provide likely Wi-Fi and everything, so they be more comfortable for the Gen Z, something like that. And then in our design actually, again, we conducted the sophisticated the holistic analysis, not only for the engineering fisheries analysis, but also from the economic perspective, and also from the socio culture of the fishermen. Because 3.2 million ringgit is a huge money actually. So we should have a comprehensive analysis report and submitted to the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation in Malaysia. Okay, and then regarding to your question further, the extension of the fishing vessel to be, I mean, the rescue ship. Yeah, actually, yeah, it cannot be because yeah, how many people in one village in one region, so it's not sufficient for only 10 or maybe 20 people on board. So actually your question is very interesting, and you should be actually thinking from now onward, because Maluku is part of the region of the Melanesia. It's about 1 million square kilometers square. So it's very vulnerable with the, I mean, natural disaster. And I saw from the presentation, Dr. Riyadi Subur in Malaysia. So you are surrounded with the, I mean, Gunung Berapi. So, and then I think it's very vulnerable. So why not, if you can initiate between Uncair and maybe our university in Malaysia, yeah, to initiate, likely make it the floating structure for the, I mean, I mean, what we say, yeah, applicable for the villagers. So yeah, it is the small scale actually we can do. In the big scale, so the research already initiated, conducted by one of the professor in Hiroshima University, and collaborator is his student from Hassan University. They are designing the large floating structure for the shelter during the tsunami. So it means that the people, when the tsunami coming, is not running away to the land, but they are I mean, go on board of this floating structure. And this floating structure actually is very resistant, because I mean, also tightening by the mooring line. So why not? It also we can do, because I'm from the ocean engineering, so maybe that also is part of my expertise, and collaborated with the UNCAIR and applying the research grant to the Ministry of Science in Jakarta, or maybe in Malaysia, or maybe another institution internationally. So I think it's very possible. And then the third question is about is it applicable for the river? Yeah. Uh, our design, actually, the draft is about 0.8 0.94 meters. So it's depend on of the condition in the river. If shallow, then I mean 2 meters, I think it will be damaging the environment, because the wake generated by the ship also can do the erosion. Therefore, we need the proper analysis, as I show in the slide, how much the maximum speed, how much the under kill clearance between the bottom of the ship and the seabed. So this can more safe to the environment. Yeah, again, our design actually to be more friendly, but for the, I mean, new cases for the shallow water, so we need more analysis and conducted I mean, several approaches like the simulation and experiment, yeah, to have more, I mean, adaptable with the environment, something like that. So actually, that's all. Hope can answer the question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ahmad Fitriadi, for your informative comments. And now it is time to close the floor for question and discussion, according to the committee said to me. And then I would like to say our great thank you for our guest speakers, and once again for the valuable insight. And we hope this conference can give me us the informative and useful how to build the collaboration research, especially about DNA, about chemical compound in biodiversity, and also about fishing vessel. It is very important for us to building collaboration research, and then to make more research about this topic. And I would like to look forward to see you in the next time and the next event in the international conference in held by higher university. And for everyone who want to ask a question or communication with the keynote speaker, maybe you can contact the committee to get the phone number or email, and then you can discuss for with our keynote speaker. And this is the last time for me to lead the the conference and have a great day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I give the time to our committee. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Pak Ridwan.
Thank you very much, the all keynote
Yeah.
speaker.
Nice, nice.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Mr. M. Ridwan Lesi, SPIMSE, for getting us through a very productive session. Thank you for your time.
As we conclude keynote speech session, we would like to extend our deepest gratitude to all our distinguished guests, keynote speakers, and participants. Your active involvement has made this conference a truly enriching experience. Together, we have explored the theme of
Aquatic biodiversity for food security, sustainability, and human welfare.
engaging in insightful discussions and sharing valuable knowledge.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we transition into the parallel session on Zoom following 30 minutes, we encourage everyone to keep the momentum going. This is a great opportunity to continue a vibrant discussion, ask questions, and connect with peers from various fields. Thank you very much for your participation Thank you very much for your participation so far, and we look forward to seeing you again in the closing ceremony. Enjoy the parallel session. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye bye.
Iya, 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 iya. Pamul di mana Pamul? Mana aja pakai mic katanya. Tuh. Iya. Nanti barangnya pasang dia. Pamul di sini aja. Oke, oke. Siap. Aman. Ini harus pakai advance. No dokumen, but advance. Bikin bingung saya tadi gara-gara kamu. Pak Mur di sini aja ya? Ini Pak Mur di mana? Di sini boleh. Mana aja? Iya, iya, iya.
Istirahat dulu. Pusing dulu. 1 jam mungkin. Minta bantu.
Ah, nah berarti
Halo, Ika. Masih di situ berarti. Ini loh Zoom situ, Bapak.